Chapter 2735. After receiving the report from his subordinates, the crab spirit rushed to the scene immediately. The place where the puppet had been placed was now empty. There were only some traces left on the ground, proving that a huge object had been placed there. The crab spirit turned his neck stiffly and looked at the group of sea race Yao cultivators. When did you discover that it was missing? One of the sea race Yao cultivators told them what they had discovered in a low voice. He even mentioned that there had been a small black fish swimming nearby. Do you mean that the person who stole the puppet was a sea race Yao cultivator? The crab spirit took a deep breath. Chief, it's highly possible. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Tell me, which sea race Yao cultivator dared to sneak into the Serpent Dragon Palace and steal the patriarch's item? The crab spirit's eyes were almost spitting fire. The group of sea race Yao cultivators who were responsible for patrolling the area were frightened. They lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. You are all a bunch of trash! The crab spirit roared. Wait until I report this to the patriarch. If he gets angry, I won't have a good ending, and neither will you. After saying that, the crab spirit's body moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside a palace. Inside the palace, Venerable Jiao looked at Long Chung and Proto with a faint smile. He had been cultivating in seclusion, but the two of them had suddenly come to visit him. For the sake of Xianyuan Zhongtian, he had to personally receive them with his tiny body. Honorable nephews, I dare to guarantee that the brat you are looking for is definitely not on Blue Water Star. He has already escaped using some unknown method. No matter how many years you stay on Blue Water Star, you will not be able to find any traces of him. Venerable Jiao smiled. Senior! Just as Long Chung was about to speak, the crab spirit suddenly barged into the palace. He looked at Long Chung and Proto, then immediately sent a voice transmission to Venerable Jiao. Patriarch, the puppet is missing. Long Chung and Proto looked at each other, then at the crab spirit. Their eyes flashed with suspicion. Since the crab spirit had barged into the palace, something must have happened to the Serpent Dragon Palace. Venerable Jiao was stunned. He thought he had misheard. He subconsciously stood up and walked in front of the crab spirit. He whispered, Someone came to the Serpent Dragon Palace and stole the puppet. The Serpent Dragon Palace was stolen? Just now. The two of them were slightly shocked. Who was so bold as to dare to come to Tai's territory to steal things? That's right, the crab spirit nodded bitterly. Pa! Master Jiao swung his hand and slapped the crab spirit's face. The crab spirit couldn't react in time, so it was sent flying out of the palace. Master Jiao then walked out of the palace, ignoring the two of them. Let's follow and take a look. Frodo's face was filled with excitement. Long Chung thought for a moment, and his eyes slightly moved. He got up and walked out of the hall. Not long after, the crab spirit covered his face with one hand and brought Daoist Jiao to the place where the puppet was stolen. It was a remote place in the Jiao Dragon Palace, so Daoist Jiao would not normally come here. The two of them followed from a distance. After seeing Daoist Jiao, the sea race beast cultivators quickly knelt on the ground. They lowered their heads and shivered. Speak. Tell me everything from the beginning to the end. Venerable Jiao glanced at the marks on the ground and said calmly, even though he was trying his best to suppress his anger and look calm, everyone knew that Venerable Jiao's anger was like a surging river. Although it was calm, it was still powerful enough to kill someone. The dignified Jiao Dragon Palace had been infiltrated by a thief who had stolen the Mo family's puppet that he had bought for 28 million all-heaven coins. Even though the puppet had already been destroyed by Xianyuan Zhongtian, and the loss was not too great, such an action was equivalent to someone slapping Daoist Jiao in the face. Daoist Jiao had just been taught a lesson by Xianyuan Zhongtian 200 years ago, and he had suffered heavy losses? The anger in his heart had yet to completely subside. The crab spirit repeated what had happened in a low voice. Originally, he was angry that his subordinates had placed the suspicion on the small black fish, as if they were trying to shirk responsibility. However, he now placed the focus on the small black fish. Otherwise, without any clues, it would be easier to anger Taoist Jiao. If that happened, they would not have a good time. Small black fish? Ha ha ha. You're saying that a small black fish stole my puppet? Ha ha ha. Taoist Jiao was so angry that he started laughing. The crab spirit knelt on the ground in fear. He had sensed a trace of killing intent hidden in Taoist Jiao's laughter. The crab felt a bit bitter. Given Taoist Jiao's current state, he needed to vent his anger. The cultivations of the patrolling sea race's monster cultivators were too low, and they were not enough to be his punching bag. However, he was very suitable for this role. If he was not careful, he might die here. Senior, Long Cheng's voice suddenly rang out. Peludo was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly transmitted a message to Long Cheng. This dragon is very angry. Don't provoke him for no reason. What is it? Taoist Jiao suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Long Cheng. I smell it. Long Cheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Because of the endless seawater around him, he hadn't been able to immediately sense the aura. However, now that he was less than 30 meters away from where the puppet had disappeared, he finally caught a whiff of that aura. What did you smell? Taoist Jiao furrowed his eyebrows and temporarily suppressed his anger. The crab spirit looked at Long Cheng in a daze and rejoiced in his heart. If Long Cheng had not interrupted Taoist Jiao, he might have already died. Ning Beixian has never left Blue Water Star. Long Cheng shouted in a low voice, then stomped his feet and shot into the sky like a cannonball. What? Shock flashed in Peludo's eyes. He did not have time to ask any questions, so he quickly followed. Ning Beixian, Venerable Jiao, was stunned. Then his face turned pale. Regardless of how the other party was sure that Ning Beixian hadn't left the Blue Water Planet, this explanation seemed to make more sense. A guy who had disappeared without a trace had reappeared and taken his puppet away. Taoist Jiao would rather believe that someone had risked his life to sneak into the Jiao Dragon Palace to steal a puppet that had lost all its functions. Patriarch, does he mean that that guy has been hiding in our Jiao Dragon Palace all this time? The crab spirit had an astounded expression, and then his heart was instantly filled with boundless flames of rage. When Ning Qi vanished that day, he'd naturally suffered extreme punishment as the caretaker. If it was Ning Qi who'd stolen the puppet this time, then he wished for nothing more than to swallow Ning Qi whole by whole mouthful. Chapter 2736. The crab spirit hated Ning Qi to the core, but so did Taoist Jiao. This time, even if there was no benefit at all, he was prepared to help capture Ning Qi. I'd like to see what kind of trick that guy used to deceive me and make me suffer such heavy losses. Taoist Jiao grinned as he gnashed his teeth. The next moment, his body moved slightly and broke out of the water, appearing next to Long Cheng and Proto. Nephew Long Cheng, how is it? Is that guy still in Blue Water Planet? Asked Taoist Jiao. Long Cheng frowned. He looked south and north from time to time. He was not sure if Ning Qi was hiding in Blue Water Planet or if he had left. That aura was intermittent, and it should have been more than 200 years since the senior from the ancestral planet gave him Ning Qi's aura. Long Cheng estimated that in another 1 or 2 years, he would completely lose this aura and he would no longer be able to use it to locate Ning Qi. Not long after, under the guidance of the crab spirit, silhouettes floated to the surface of the sea. When the celestials that were passing by saw this, they quickly turned around and left. They hid in the distance and watched with shock in their eyes. There were countless sea race and beast cultivators below Taoist Jiao and the others. The weakest among them was an early stage golden immortal. Half of their bodies were still in the water, and they seemed to be waiting for Taoist Jiao's orders. Senior, please be patient. Long Qing cupped his hands at Taoist Jiao. He gently extended his right palm, and a wisp of white qi soared into the sky. Then Long Qing sent a few golden seals into the wisp of white qi. The originally weak white qi suddenly became several hundred times stronger, turning into a white rainbow that flew towards Blue Water Planet. It sped away. This is Ning Beishuan's aura. I've used a secret art to strengthen it a few hundred times and point out where Ning Beishuan went, but it will disappear soon. From then on, I won't be able to use it to locate him anymore. Senior, you're a Grand Unity, so you're much faster than us. Please take us with you. Please take the two of us and capture him alive. Long Qing cupped his hands at Taoist Jiao. He was not as impatient as Proto. From the moment the puppet disappeared until now, at least 2 hours had passed. 2 hours was enough for Ning Qi to run very far away. With the strength of the two of them, they were not 100% sure that they could find Ning Qi. After his aura dissipated, there was even less of a chance. That was why he had asked Venerable Jiao for help. Only by doing so could he increase his chances of capturing Ning Qi alive. Well said. True Master Jiao grinned. He grabbed one in each hand and flew in the direction of the aura. The crab's spirit waved his hand. Keep up. The mighty demonic cultivators of the sea race suddenly soared into the sky, creating waves. A goshawk sped through the universe. Every time it flapped its wings, it could fly tens of thousands of miles. Its speed had surpassed that of a celestial boat that was specially used for traveling. Occasionally, there would be 2 celestials passing by. When they saw this scene, they would move aside because they could feel that the goshawk's aura was extraordinary. I can't help but feel uneasy. This feeling. They must have caught up. Ning Qi thought to himself. He used the 8-9 arcane arts transformation technique to transform into a small black fish and hide from Taoist Jiao's aura. Then he conveniently stole the puppet. Everything went so smoothly, even though he knew that if he stole the puppet, Taoist Jiao would definitely find out. Then he would catch up. If he did not steal the puppet, Taoist Jiao would probably never find out. However, Ning Qi stole the puppet. Apart from wanting to vent his anger, the puppet itself was very attractive to Ning Qi. According to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, its original battle power should have been equivalent to a primordial unity, perfected immortal. Even if it was only comparable to an early-stage primordial unity, perfected immortal, it was still a great weapon. However, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce did not have the ability to repair it, so it was put up for sale at the Celestial Ascension Gathering. However, even with the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's power, they were unable to find a craftsman who could repair the puppet. One could imagine that the methods of the ancient Mo family had not been cracked by the current craftsman. However, Ning Qi was different. He had the 9 hell tempering technique, and even Black and the others had been restored to the level of a low-grade doctrine artifact. If he could repair the puppet, it would be a great help. At the very least, he would be able to talk to a primordial unity, perfected immortal, on an equal footing. As he thought of this, Ning Qi decided to enter the top-notch cultivation training ground to study the puppet while avoiding Taoist Jiao's pursuit. He was not confident that he could be faster than a primordial unity, perfected immortal. System: I want to enter the top-notch cultivation training ground. The host is currently in a state of battle. You cannot enter. The system's notification was heard. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with shock. The next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was because he discovered that his state of battle was constantly being refreshed. It had been maintained for 24 hours. Little guy, your transformation technique is really rare. If I hadn't seen you transform from a small black fish into a goshawk with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to tell that you are a human cultivator. A loud and clear voice was heard behind Ning Qi. Senior, you are? Ning Qi immediately transformed into a human and slowly turned around to look at the figure in white. Xianyuan Zhongtian, the master of Bai Xingxue and Longqing? the second on the Tai True Immortal list? He has been in Cerulean Planet all this time? Ning Qi wore a smile on his face, but his heart was in turmoil. However, Ning Qi was still calm. The other party did not kill him immediately, which meant that he had a chance to escape, even though this chance might be slight. After all, Xianyuan Zhongtian was not an ordinary primordial unity, perfected immortal. His methods were more powerful than 100 Taoist Jiaos. After all, Xianyuan Zhongtian was not an ordinary primordial unity immortal. Xianyuan Zhongtian, the Bai Xingxue you killed was my second disciple. Xianyuan Zhongtian smiled. Senior Xianyuan, I have often heard Li Xian mention you. I heard that the All-Heaven Talisman was invented by you. Ning Qi smiled. I know that you and Xian are old friends. She was brought back to the celestial realm by my junior brother. She had only been under my tutelage for a few years. As for Xingxue, he has been my disciple for many years. Now that he has died at your hands, do you think I will let you go for Xianer's sake? Xianyuan Zhongtian smiled and said. After a pause, he continued, Flattery is useless. The little guy who invented the All-Heaven Talisman is now my junior brother's disciple. Senior, are you planning to kill me to avenge Bai Xingxue? Chapter 27:37. You killed my second disciple, so I should kill you too. However, there are two seniors who want to capture you alive for some reason. Can you tell me what they want from you? Xianyuan Zhongtian said with a faint smile. Are you talking about Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose. It's just as they said. You know the two seniors' real names, but you're just saying them out loud. Are you trying to scare us? Xianyuan Zhongtian squinted his eyes. Master. A surprised voice suddenly sounded. Then, Master Jiao appeared in front of Ning Qi and Xianyuan Zhongtian, holding Longqing and Proto in one hand. Brother Xianyuan? Sage Jiao looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian, and his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. In the next instant, his gaze fell on Ning Qi, and he immediately became furious. He would never forget Ning Qi's aura. It was this guy who had caused him such heavy losses. This guy has been hiding in Blue Water Star. I didn't expect Senior Xianyuan to capture him. It shouldn't be a coincidence. Senior Xianyuan must have been paying attention to Blue Water Star. Proto thought to himself as he looked at Ning Qi. You're here. Xianyuan Zhongtian smiled at the three of them. Venerable Jiao suddenly had a thought. He quickly cupped his hands at Xianyuan Zhongtian and said, Brother Xianyuan, I don't know what spell he used, but he has been hiding in the Blue Water Planet all this time. I swear to the heavens that I have no intention of hiding anything. When he left, he even stole my puppet. Senior, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have anything on me, let alone your puppet. Ning Qi smiled. You deserve to die. Master Jiao stared at Ning Qi. He scanned Ning Qi with his mind and found that Ning Qi did not have an interspatial ring. All right, Xianyuan Zhongtian said calmly. As soon as he spoke, Master Jiao's mind was cut off by some sort of power, causing his face to turn pale. Since you've caught up, I'll take you to a place to meet the two seniors. Xianyuan Zhongtian smiled. The two seniors, Dragonborn and Proto, were overjoyed. Daoist Jiao immediately threw everything else to the back of his mind and looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian expectantly. Brother Xianyuan, can I go as well? Speaking of which, you've also helped me a little in catching this kid. For the sake of that incomplete Immortal Lord token, let's go together this time. But you don't have to think about the reward. Xianyuan Zhongtian smiled. Senior Xianyuan, should I inform my ancestor? Ploto suddenly spoke. He had been sent by the ancestor of the Nether Dragon tribe and had been instructed to do so. Now that Xianyuan Zhongtian seemed to be planning to meet the two seniors, he immediately panicked. That's too troublesome. There's no need to inform them. Xianyuan Zhongtian's lips curled up slightly. Double cross. Proto suddenly felt a tinge of regret. Right now, he had two choices in front of him. He could either go back and inform the old ancestor, or follow Xianyuan Zhongtian to meet the two seniors. Almost in an instant, Proto made a decision. Then I'll listen to you, Senior Xianyuan. Proto laughed. On a certain first-class planet, Longqing and Proto followed behind Xianyuan Zhongtian, walking on an official road. Occasionally, a horseman would pass by and glance at them. Ningqi followed behind the three of them, walking slowly. Reverend Jiao walked alongside Ningqi. Kid, what method did you use back then to hide from us Grand Unity Immortals? Reverend Jiao secretly transmitted his voice. Guess. Ningqi smiled. If you don't tell me now, you won't have a chance to tell me later. If you tell me everything you know, I might be able to help you get out of this dangerous situation. Reverend Jiao transmitted his voice. Dangerous situation? I don't know what you're talking about. Ningqi transmitted his voice with a smile. You're still playing dumb? What exactly are you hiding on your body that even those two seniors want to catch you? Their origins are extraordinary. Even the Langya Immortal Emperor cannot compare to them. Reverend Jiao's eyes flickered with anger. At that moment, another horseman passed by, their hooves kicking up a cloud of dust. Proto's mouth moved, as if he wanted to ask why they were walking on the ground. And why were they walking slower than these mortals on horseback? However, seeing Xianyuan Zhongtian's expressionless face, he dispelled the thought of asking. I know, Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao, celestial emperors of the Tiandao family. Ningqi smiled. Since you know, you should have some understanding of your current situation. Reverend Jiao frowned slightly. He was somewhat curious as to why a mere golden immortal would know such secrets. He had only learned of the existence of the Tiandao family after becoming a Grand Unity immortal. Only then did he know that the celestial emperors and celestial lords in the celestial world were not as rare as they seemed. After all, the immortals of the Tiandao family did not know that they had entered the heavenly law list. Thinking of this, Reverend Jiao looked at Ningqi's cultivation. Peak golden immortal. After hiding in Cerulean Planet for 200 years, when he reappeared, he was already a perfected golden immortal. He suspected that Ningqi had been hiding his true cultivation level. Otherwise, how could he have reached such a level in just 200 years? Otherwise, how could he have increased by 2 small realms in a short period of 200 years? Sage Jiao, I understand the Tiandao family much better than you do. You don't need to worry about my current situation. If you really think about it, when I fought with Jiang Yu, you might not even have been born yet. Ningqi transmitted his voice with a smile. When Reverend Jiao heard this, he looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. Do you really think you can scare me like this? It's up to you whether you believe me or not, Ningqi said with a smile. No matter how Reverend Jiao tried to probe him, he did not say anything. Longqing and Proto were also paying attention to Ningqi's expression. They discovered that even though Ningqi was surrounded by 2 primordial unity immortals and 2 peak mysterious immortals, he was still as calm as before. He still has some tricks up his sleeves. It's just a trick to hide himself. We just need to be careful and not give him a chance. If he could really disappear without a trace in front of us, he would have used this trick long ago. Why wait until today? That's true. Senior Xianyuan, are the caves of those 2 seniors really on a first-class planet like this? The strongest here is only a human immortal, right? Chapter 2738. Xianyuan Zhongtian glanced at Ningqi, smiled, and did not speak. Instead, Proto scolded him. Why are you running in front? Get behind me. What a joke. He and Longqing had to follow behind Xianyuan Zhongtian. But Ningqi was actually planning to walk alongside Xianyuan Zhongtian. If someone who did not know what was going on saw them, they would think that they were the 2 servants. My legs are my legs. What does it have to do with you if I walk in front or behind you? Ningqi looked at Proto, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. If Daoist Jiao and Xianyuan Zhongtian were not present, Ning Qi would not have minded using the immortal killing sword formation. Long Cheng's cultivation was a level higher than Proto's, so Ning Qi was not 100% sure that he could kill him. However, he felt that if Proto did not have too many unexpected trump cards, there was only one way to go after entering the immortal killing sword formation. If he left, he would die. You. Proto was immediately furious. Silence. Xianyuan Zhongtian suddenly spoke. Long Cheng subconsciously glanced at him and was shocked. He could see that Xianyuan Zhongtian's expression was somewhat strange. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Proto coldly glanced at Ning Qi and transmitted his voice. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Go. A loud shout came from behind them. Immediately after, over 100 knights whizzed past. The splashing soil took a full 10 breaths of time for it to settle down. These ants have short lifespans. They're really in a hurry. Disdain flashed in Proto's eyes. After walking for a short distance, a small bamboo forest suddenly appeared in front of them. Beside the bamboo forest, there was a tea stall. Countless horses were tied in the bamboo forest, and the tea stall, which only had 7 or 8 tables, was also filled with people. The owner of the tea stall was sweating profusely, and there seemed to be some fear in his eyes. The knights that had just whizzed past on the official road all dismounted at this moment. Because there were not enough seats in the tea stall, some of the knights were drinking tea and eating dry rations beside their horses. Their weapons were also casually placed to the side. The tea stall owner seemed to have never seen such a large formation, so he was somewhat afraid. Interestingly, not all the tables in the tea stall were occupied by knights. An old man and a woman were sitting at one of the tables. The woman was cradling a baby in her arms. At the other table sat 3 young men. The remaining tables were occupied by the group of knights. Master. Long Chen looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian with a trace of doubt in his eyes. He didn't understand why Xianyuan Zhongtian would stand here and look at these mortals. Could it be that there was something special about these mortals? Ha ha ha. Yi Tianjian didn't protect his wife and son, but let you bunch of trash protect him. Even the heavens are helping me. A loud voice suddenly rang out. Then dozens of red shadows shot out like lightning and appeared not far away from the tea stall. They were dozens of strong men dressed in red. Their qi and blood were boiling. Although they were not cultivators, they were probably rare experts among mortals. Bloodcloth sect? After the group of strong men in red appeared, the knights near the tea stall quickly stood up and looked at the group of strong men in red in surprise. At this moment, a hint of panic flashed through the eyes of the woman who was carrying the baby. She subconsciously wanted to hide the baby. Meanwhile, the old man who was sitting at the same table with her nodded slightly at her. He stood up and walked past the knight, staring at the strong man who was the leader of the red-clothed men. Your blood-cloth sect had 3 Xiantian masters and 36 peak Hotian masters. They committed all sorts of evil deeds. Later on, my young master came to your blood-cloth sect with a sword and killed for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, all 3 Xiantian masters and 35 peak Hotian masters died. You should be the one who escaped that day. Shuet Luohan, the only peak Hotian master who escaped that day? The old man said slowly. Shuet Luohan, peak Hotian master? A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the knights nearby. They looked at the old man anxiously. It seemed that among everyone present, only the old man could be this guy's opponent. A Jianghu killing among mortals? Rieching's eyes moved slightly as he exchanged a glance with Proto. He was somewhat suspicious. Could it be that his master had stopped just to see this? Isn't this a little too boring? Venerable Jiao seemed to be thinking the same thing as the other 2. However, he did not mind wasting some time to watch a show, so he did not say anything. That's right, I am Shuel Luohan. You are Yi Tianjin's servant, the Vajra hand? It just so happens that I also cultivate palm techniques. Come out and compete with me. Let's see whether your Vajra hand or my Luohan palm is stronger. Xue Luohan laughed sinisterly. Today, I will kill all of Yi Tianjin's lackeys. He, Yi Tianjin, can't even protect himself now. He is on his last breath, but he is still holding on. If I bring his wife and child over, let's see what kind of expression he will have. If it were any other time, I would compete with you. However, today you poison me. Halfway through a sentence, the old man suddenly clutched his chest and took a few steps back. He sat back on the stool and leaned against the table, looking at Xue Luohan in disbelief. The other horsemen seemed to have been poisoned as well. Some of the ones with lower cultivation rolled their eyes and fainted. At that moment, the owner of the tea stall, who looked terrified, ran to Xue Luohan's side with a smile and bowed to ask for credit. Only then did everyone realize that the blood cloth sect had not caught up with them. Instead, they had set up an ambush here. There was only one possibility. There was a traitor among them. Shameless. The dignified bloodcloth sect actually used such a despicable trick. Despicable. Many horsemen cursed, their eyes filled with shock and anger. He, I personally bought the poison from the Saint of Poison for a large sum of money. I have long heard that you are like a dog and can smell any poison. However, this is the heavenly heart powder. Surely you can't detect it, right? It is colorless and tasteless. How colorless and tasteless. Are you out of energy now? Don't think about circulating your energy to detoxify the poison. Other than the antidote in my hands, no one else can detoxify the heavenly heart powder in your bodies. Xue Luohan said with a smile. After a pause, Xue Luohan's gaze fell on the woman. To be more precise, he was looking at the baby. You still have some strength left. Throw Yi Tianjin's son over, and I will spare your lives today. The old man suddenly laughed. I have already been poisoned. Why don't you dare to come and take it? There was a hidden crossbow in his sleeve. At that moment, it was already on the string. The crossbow's arrow glowed with a dim light. It was obvious that it had been dipped in poison. Xue Luohan glanced at his subordinates, only to see them avoiding his gaze. None of them were willing to take the risk. After all, no matter what, the old man was a famous peak postnatal expert, who knew if he had other tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 2739. Me. Ningqi looked around and saw Xue Luohan's gaze on him. He could not help but point at himself with a smile. Yes, you. Xue Luohan said coldly. The old man's expression changed slightly. The crossbow in his sleeve could only shoot one arrow. Xue Luohan was so cautious that he did not even send his own subordinates. Instead, he found a passerby to be the scapegoat. Even if he shot Ningqi to death, he would not be able to escape today. All right. Ningqi nodded with a smile and strode towards the old man. The nearby knights, who were paralyzed by the poison, immediately shouted, Little scholar, don't be a busybody. The blood cloth sect never leaves anyone alive. Even if you listen to his orders, you won't be able to escape death. This is Yi Tianjin's son. Little scholar, haven't you heard of him? Brother Yi has been in the martial world for many years and has killed countless demons. That's why the impurities in the underworld have been reduced. If you listen to this villain and hand brother Ye's son over to him, you will be the sinner of the entire underworld. Ningqi looked like a slightly tall and weak scholar. Because of his fair and clean skin, he did not look like someone who practiced martial arts. Some knights even tried to stop Ningqi, but the effect of the Heaven's Heart Powder was too strong. They could only raise their palms, slightly. Xue Luohan watched this scene with a smile. Soon, Ningqi walked in front of the old man. Little brother, if you don't want to die, escape with the young master. I have a way to buy you some time. The old man looked at Ningqi, and his lips moved slightly as he lowered his voice. The crossbow in your sleeves is useless against me. Ning Chi grinned. You're not a scholar? The old man's eyes lit up. Even Xue Luohan did not discover the crossbow in his sleeves. How could a weak scholar discover it? Bald brat, what are you waiting for? Xue Luohan frowned and shouted impatiently. Let me see the child. Ning Chi walked past the old man and smiled at the woman. A trace of panic flashed in the woman's eyes as she looked at the old man subconsciously. However, the old man was even more panicked than her. He realized that he could not move at all. This was definitely not because of the heaven's heart powder. The effect of the heavens will powder was not this strong. In the next moment, for some reason, the woman seemed to be in a daze as she handed the baby to Ning Chi. Ha ha ha! The baby let out a burst of sweet laughter, and at the same time his little lotus, root-like hands and feet were constantly kicking. Seeing this, Xue Arhut heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could get his hands on the child, he would be able to avenge the blood-cloth sect brothers who had died in Yi, Tianjin's hands. Throw the kid over. Blood Arhut said. Ning Chi didn't respond to him. Instead, he was teasing the baby in the swaddling cloth. The baby's laughter was melodious and loud. As a result, all the nearby knights became weird. The old man's anxious look gradually faded away and was replaced by a dubious look. The blood-clad sect survivors beside Xue Luohan exchanged glances. They finally felt that something was wrong. How could a scholar be so calm in such a situation? That bald brat. What are you waiting for? If you don't hand the child over to me, I'll kill all the people who came with you. Xue Luohan roared. Immediately, a few of his men surrounded Xianyuan Zhongtian and the others. As long as Xue Luohan gave the order, they would fight against each other. I hate people like you who use children, women, and children to threaten others the most. Ning Chi let out a long laugh and gently stretched out his hand. The majestic immortal Chi turned into a huge palm and grabbed Xue Luohan tightly. Xue Luohan's men and the knights on the old man's side were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were extremely shocked. What kind of technique was this? After Xue Luohan was grabbed by the immortal Chi hand, his face turned extremely pale. He didn't expect that the seemingly weak scholar in front of him was such a monster. Even an inborn realm expert wouldn't be able to transform spiritual Chi into a human form, right? As senior, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Xue Luohan reacted very quickly. He smiled embarrassedly and begged for mercy. Do you think he wants to die? Just a laugh and he wants to die. Ning Chi ignored Xue Luohan and smiled at the infant in the swaddling clothes. Xue Luohan looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. He was an expert at the peak of the post-liminary realm. How could Ning Chi hand over his life to a baby who didn't even know how to speak? Hee. The baby waved his arms and legs as he laughed. Twice. It's twice. Xue Luohan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he wants to laugh, it seems that you want him to die. Ning Chi placed the baby back in the hands of the confused woman and looked at Xue Luohan. What? Xue Luohan looked at Ning Chi with a dumbfounded expression. He wants to die even if he laughs? Doesn't that mean he's going to die anyway? Senior, bang. With a thought, Ning Chi clenched the immortal Chi hand and Xue Luohan turned into a pile of mud. Run. When the rest of the blood-cloth sect saw this, they immediately fled in all directions. They knew that if they stayed, they would only die. However, before they could even take half a step, Long Chung waved his hand and a ray of light circled around them. Immediately after, the strong men in red were all decapitated. Even in death, they didn't know what had killed them. The old man, the woman, and the knights looked at Ning Chi and the others with fear in their eyes. Although Ning Chi and the others had helped kill all the people from the bloodcloth sect, this method was beyond their imagination. It was as shocking as a ghost. Ning Chi threw a glance at Long Chung with a faint smile. Closely after that, he walked to another table in the tea house and sat down. There were always 3 young men on this table. After noticing Ning Qi's movement, the Poison Knights suddenly realized that the 3 young men didn't show any sign of being poisoned at all. Hey, the matter has been resolved. Why are you still sitting down? Don't tell me you really want to drink some tea? Proto couldn't help but mock. Brother Xianyuan, business is more important. What do you think? Venerable Jiao looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian and smiled. Wait. Xianyuan Zhongtian had a strange expression. His eyes seemed to flicker with doubt, as if he wasn't sure about something. Brother Bai, Brother Mo, Brother Ji, long time no see. The 3 of you are still as elegant as ever. Ning Qi picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. After drinking it, he put down the cup and smiled at the 3 of them. After a while, the person called Brother Bai suddenly smiled and said, "Look, it's really him." Apart from him, who else would recognize how he looked when we were young? Chapter 2740. Brother Ning, it's been many years since we last saw each other. Ever since we parted ways in the ancestral star, the 3 of us never heard from you again. I never thought that you and I were not from the same era. Mo Xia looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. His eyes flashed with a hint of emotion as he recalled the scenes back on Ancestral Star. At the immortal Lord Shingong residence, he injured Tiandao family's disciple Jiangyu with a single arrow. Everyone was shocked. After all, Ning Qi was only a heavenly immortal back then, and it was unheard of for him to injure a profound immortal genius like Jiangyu. After they parted ways in the Ancestral Star, when the 3 of them became immortal lords, they could no longer find any news about Ning Qi. It was only now that they realized that Ning Qi did not belong to their era. Looks like all of you know. Ning Qi smiled. He was very relaxed because the trio's presence and demeanor were exactly the same as when they were on the homeworld. If there was anything different, it would be the look in their eyes, which was less carefree and more profound. From what Emperor Bai had said, Ning Qi knew that this was not their current appearance, and that they had changed to this appearance purely to test him. The matter of the divine tomb is not a secret, and we can't hide it for long. Moreover, we have Ji Fei, the divine diviner. What can't he divine? In fact, even if something happened to Ji Fei before the second divine tomb was opened, I would not have passed by the ancestral star otherwise. Emperor Bai smiled at Ning Qi. When Ji Fei said that there was someone in the ancestral star with the same name as you, I really did not believe it. I wanted to personally go to the ancestral star to verify it, but not even the immortal emperors of the Tiandao family would dare to enter the ancestral star, much less us. Coincidentally, there was one of my disciples who was also from the ancestral star, and he was from the same sect as you, so I let him bring my ancestral purple jade to the Xianjian sect. But you did not remember this, nor did you recognize the purple jade. Even I could not divine the origin of the second divine tomb. I did not expect it to have such a divine ability to send people to the ancestral star, crossing 1,800 eons. Ji Fei smiled and shook his head, as if he was impressed by the divine tomb master. So, when Ji Fei divined that we would one day become immortal lords, Brother Ning, you must have been very sure, right? Mo Xia laughed. Of course. It's just that I didn't expect the 3 of you to become high immortals at the same time, despite being good friends. Ning Qi sighed. At this moment, Bai Di reached out and filled Ning Qi's cup with tea. Seeing this, Xianyuan Zhongtian's eyes flashed with shock. When he looked at Ning Qi again, his eyes were filled with fear. Brother Bai, Brother Mo, Brother Ji, could it be that you are waiting for me here today? Ning Qi laughed. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Mo Xia smiled and said, The 3 of us haven't seen each other for many years. Some time ago, Ji Fei sent a message to the 2 of us, asking us to come here and meet him. As a result, we met Brother Ning. Emperor Bai smiled and nodded. Ji Fei smiled and said, I've calculated it and feel that today's timing is just right. Brother Ning will face a tribulation today. If it was any other time, even if the 3 of US joined forces, it would be difficult to deal with it. But today is different. Why? The two fellows who want to capture Brother Ning are Jiang Yu, who was already a profound immortal back then. The other is Jiang Hao, who I heard has a higher cultivation than Jiang Yu. Emperor Bai's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. As he spoke, he looked in a certain direction. Ning Qi could see that he was a little worried. Mo Xie smiled and said, "Brother Bai, what are you afraid of? We'll deal with it when it comes." Back on the ancestral planet, Jiang Yu was defeated by Brother Ning. Don't worry, those two are coincidentally not here today. My divination is the best. We still have a lot of time to catch up. Ji Fei smiled confidently. The elders, women, and knights were unable to understand the conversation between the four of them. Even Long Chen, Proto, and Daoist Jiao were confused. This was because the information revealed by the conversation between the four of them was too shocking. What 1,800 ancient? What high immortal? What kind of show was this? Young master! The elder struggled to stand up. His body was a little wobbly, but his physique was indeed very strong. The other knights, who were younger and stronger than him, could not even move a finger. All right. Ning Qi smiled at the old man and gently waved his hand. Some immortal qi entered the bodies of the old man and the others like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, the heaven's heart powder was expelled from their bodies. Thank you, young master. The old man was pleasantly surprised to feel his recovered body. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. The woman held the child in her arms and looked at Ning Qi with some fear before bowing together with the old man. Seeing that the elder was about to speak again, Ning Qi smiled and said, "I've met 3 of my best friends today and have a lot to talk about. If there's nothing else, you can leave first." Everyone glanced at the 3 young men and felt a little shocked. They guessed that the 3 of them were probably experts with unfathomable cultivation bases, just like Ning Qi. When they thought about how they had sat with the 3 of them, they felt a little scared. "Benefactor, please give us your name. We will never forget the favor of saving our lives today." The elder hurriedly bowed. "Ning Beixian." Ning Qi smiled. "Ning Beixian," the elder muttered in his heart, but he realized that he had never heard of this name before. He immediately thought that Ning Qi was from some hidden family. After the elder and the others left, Xianyuan Zhongtian slowly walked in front of Emperor Bai and looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Then he half knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple Xianyuan Zhongtian greets Master." "Mas." "Master," Venerable Jiao looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at this scene with a blank expression. Xianyuan Zhongtian was already second on the Tai True Immortal list. Who could his master be? Could it be that these 3 are really celestial masters? Impossible. How could it be? If they were celestial masters, how could they know this kid? Venerable Jiao and Polito did not know who Xianyuan Zhongtian's master was, but Long Qing knew. Otherwise, he would not have recognized the purple jade back on the ancestral planet and tried to rob it. "Get up." Emperor Bai nodded lightly. "Yes." Xianyuan Zhongtian stood up with a complicated expression. "Brother Bai, is this your disciple?" Ning Qi looked at Xianyuan Zhongtian with a smile. "Zhongtian, this is your martial uncle Ning," Emperor Bai said calmly. Ning Qi could see that the relationship between him and Xianyuan Zhongtian seemed to be a little strange. "Master, don't you know how to greet people?" Chapter 2741. "So, it's martial nephew Zhongtian. Nice to meet you. We nearly destroyed the Dragon King Temple. Our own people fought each other." Ning Qi smiled. Xianyuan Zhongtian's mouth twitched when he heard the word martial nephew. Xianyuan Zhongtian was ranked second on the Tai True Immortal list. In this world, apart from immortal emperors and immortal monarchs, even the first on the Tai True Immortal list could not make Xianyuan Zhongtian give in. However, today he had to call a young fellow at the golden immortal stage martial uncle. Calling him martial nephew? This was a great humiliation to Xianyuan Zhongtian. However, When Xianyuan Zhongtian glanced at Mo Xie and Ji Fei, the anger in his heart was extinguished. The kid in front of him not only had a good personal relationship with his master, but he also didn't know who the other two were. But they must be immortal monarchs. Xianyuan Zhongtian was very surprised that Ning Qi could have a good relationship with 3 immortal monarchs at the same time. When he thought that the other two also wanted to capture Ning Qi alive, Xianyuan Zhongtian felt that Ning Qi's background was more terrifying than he had imagined. Martial ancestor Long Cheng walked in front of Emperor Bai and bowed respectfully. Then he cupped his hands at Ning Qi and said, "Long Cheng greets martial uncle. You're quite tactful. You're more tactful than your master and your second senior brother." Ning Qi smiled. Long Cheng's expression changed when he heard this, but he didn't say anything in the end. Venerable Jiao and Proto were still dumbfounded by the situation before them. They just stared blankly at Ning Qi in disbelief. Is this young man a reincarnated almighty? Yes, that must be it. Venerable Jiao looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in his eyes. At this moment, this was the only reason that could explain why Ning Qi was friends with Xianyuan Zhongtian's master. It could also explain why Ning Qi could use tricks that could even fool him. If he really was the reincarnation of an old monster who had lived for an unknown period of time and had awakened his memories, it was normal for him to have many strange tricks that the younger generation had never seen before. I already know what happened to your second disciple. You don't need to interfere in this matter anymore. Leave. Bai Di glanced at Xianyuan Zhongtian and waved his hand. Xianyuan Zhongtian's eyes flickered as he glanced at Ning Qi and whispered to Emperor Bai, "Master, he is the one that those two want. Almost all the Tai in the world have received news from them. What's wrong with those two? Didn't you hear what your master said?" Mo Xie glanced coldly at Xianyuan Zhongtian. Xianyuan Zhongtian, who was extremely domineering in front of ordinary primordial immortals, felt a chill run down his spine when Mo Xie glanced at him, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. What a dense, great Tao of sword will! The immortal world's #1 sword sovereign, Mo Xie. Xianyuan Zhongtian looked fearfully at Mo Xie and guessed Mo Xie's true identity. All right, no matter what, he's still my disciple. Give him some face. White Emperor sighed. If Mo Xie really went berserk, even he wouldn't be able to stop her. The first rank on the Immortal Monarch leaderboard wasn't obtained for nothing. Even among the immortal monarchs in the heavenly Dao family, there weren't many who could defeat Mo Xie. If it weren't for you, they would all be dead. Mo Xie snorted coldly. After pausing for a while, he smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Brother Ning, what other enemies do you have? Tell me all of them. When you run away, I'll help you get rid of them first." "Jiangyu." Ning Qi rolled his eyes. "This, I'll leave it for you to deal with in the future, Brother Ning." Mo Xie smiled awkwardly. Paluo Duo and Venerable Jiao looked at Mo Xie blankly. A trace of doubt welled up in their hearts. Isn't his relationship with Ning Qi too good? Xianyuan Zhongtian felt a lingering fear in his heart. Mo Xie could clearly tell that Ning Qi had no control over himself. If his master wasn't here today, and there were only 2 other people, perhaps thinking of this, Xianyuan Zhongtian's heart could not help but twitch violently. Even if he was the second on the Tai True Immortal leaderboard, what could he do against these monsters? Wasn't his life or death decided by a single thought from them? He suddenly understood how Venerable Jiao and the others felt back then. Thinking about it, Venerable Jiao and the others felt the same way when they faced him. Something's not right. Ji Fei's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Mo Xie and Emperor Bai looked at Ji Fei at the same time, their eyes flashing with a trace of seriousness. Someone is disrupting the way of heaven, disrupting my calculations. We have to send Brother Ning away as soon as possible. Those 2 will appear here at any time. Ji Fei's expression was a little grave. Is there such a thing? Who's disrupting the way of heaven? It's too late. Someone is using the way of heaven to search for Brother Ning. If he finds Brother Ning, the three of us will be exposed. Ji Fei's expression suddenly changed. Then he immediately patted Ning Qi's forehead. An item that looked like a turtle shell was slapped into Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. Ning Qi suddenly had a mysterious feeling, as if some kind of connection between him and heaven and earth was inexplicably broken. Send Brother Ning away. Ji Fei bellowed. Emo Xia and Emperor Bai took action at the same time. The three of their palms landed on Ning Qi's head at almost the same time. Wait, Ning Qi hurriedly said, but the next moment he found himself floating in the pitch-black universe. The tea stall was gone, Emperor Bai, and the other two were gone. Xianyuan Zhongtian and the rest were also gone. If you want to send me away, you should at least let me tell you the direction. Ning Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He then released Nuwa and entered the cockpit, instructing Nuwa to check their current coordinates. Master, after looking at the route map, Nuwa used the method of comparison to lock onto their current location. She then said to Ning Qi in surprise, "We have arrived at the ghost region." What? The three of them sent me to a random place, and it just so happened that they sent me to this ghost region? Are you sure? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. I'm not wrong. We have indeed arrived at the ghost region. Nuwa checked again and said, "If that's the case, let's hurry along the route given by Patriarch Xianjin." Ning Qi smiled. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Emperor Bai and the other two saved him a lot of time this time. Otherwise, with his speed, it would take at least a few decades to reach the ghost region. Don't get involved in the matters of the outside world in the future. After sending Ning Qi away, Emperor Bai glanced at Xianyuan Zhongtian, then left the planet with Emo Xia. After a while, Daoist Jiao touched his bald head and asked Xianyuan Zhongtian carefully, "Brother Xianyuan, they are..." Xianyuan Zhongtian seemed to be thinking about what Emperor Bai had just said. Hearing Daoist Jiao's question, he was silent for a while, then said indifferently, "My master is Immortal Emperor Bai. The other two should be Immortal Emperor Emo Xia and the sect master of the Yixian sect." Chapter 2742. Brother Xianyuan, you must be joking, right? Venerable Jiao laughed. Xianyuan Zhongtian's message was shocking. He had never heard of White Emperor Celestial Lord, Emo Xia Celestial Lord, and the sect master of the mysterious sect being so close. Many years ago, he had heard that White Emperor Celestial Lord and Emo Xia Celestial Lord had fought somewhere. Do I look like I'm joking? Xianyuan Zhongtian looked at Venerable Jiao. Venerable Jiao's expression became serious. "No, don't get involved in this anymore," Xianyuan Zhongtian muttered to himself. Then he extended his hand and grabbed Longcheng. The next moment, he disappeared in front of Reverend Jiao and Proto. Proto was silent for a while. He turned around and left without saying anything. He was from the Nether Dragon clan, so he had dragon blood flowing in his veins. He naturally looked down on creatures like dragons. Venerable Jiao did not have the time to care about Proto's unreasonable behavior. He looked around, then flew toward Blue Water Star. It was obvious that 3 celestial lords were involved. He was only at the early stage of primordial unity. If he got involved, he would not be able to face the revenge of the other side. That guy has an extraordinary origin. If he's really the reincarnation of a powerful being, he'll come to Blue Water Star to find me. When Venerable Jiao returned to Blue Water Star, he suddenly felt 3 familiar auras. "Come out." Venerable Jiao frowned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Venerable Qingxian, Qi Xuezhen, and Venerable Game suddenly appeared in front of Venerable Jiao. "I heard there's news about that kid?" Venerable Game asked Venerable Jiao. "What? Why should I tell you?" Venerable Jiao raised his eyebrows. "All right, if we can capture that kid, we might be able to exchange him for the Celestial Lord token." Qi Shuezhen waved her hand to stop the two from quarreling. She had a serious expression on her face. Don't think too much about it. You can't imagine where that guy came from. This matter ends here. Don't ask me. I don't want to talk about it. Venerable Jiao smiled and rushed into the depths of the sea, returning to his Jiao dragon palace. The remaining three looked at each other in confusion. They did not understand what Venerable Jiao meant. What kind of background could a golden immortal have? Not long after, two figures descended from the sky in the empty tea stall. Looks like someone caught that kid, but he was kidnapped here. Jiang Hao said calmly, "As long as he doesn't stay in the ancestral star, I will find him one day." Jiang Yu sneered. He paused for a moment. That person said that someone was stopping him from casting spells. Who in the immortal world could do that? Only one person, Ji Fei of the Yixian sect. Jiang Hao smiled. I heard that when he was still a heaven immortal, he predicted that Emo, Xia, and Emperor Bai would become immortal monarchs. Now that he has become a mortal monarch, I'm afraid even the two of us will fall into his trap. Ji Fei of the mysterious sect, Jiang Yu smiled coldly. I remember that our Jiang family still has a few magical treasures that can isolate heaven's secrets. Not bad. Jiang Hao smiled. Unfortunately, they are all with a few old ancestors. It will be difficult for you to get them. Before that person went to the Shenluo realm, the disciples of our Tiandao clan were isolated by the heavenly axiom. Apart from the heavenly axiom, no one can plot against us. But once that person left, the heavenly axiom became estranged from us. The old ancestors are afraid that the remnants of the ancient immortal clans will come looking for us. If you want to plot against them, you will have to be stronger than them. Jiang Yu fell silent. After a long while, he suddenly said, This kid has the brand of the Tiandao clan on him, and is considered an outer disciple. All these years, the ancient transformation old ancestors of the 9 great Tiandao clans have been using various means to search for geniuses in the world. Those geniuses who don't have enough lucky chances will be automatically eliminated, and the patriarchs will use their methods to allow them to enter a mystic realm and begin a trial. Those who survive in the end will become disciples of our heavenly Dao clan, replenishing our fresh blood. If we let the patriarchs begin the trial in advance, those who survive in the end will directly arrive at our heavenly Dao clan. If they don't arrive, then they will die in the mystic realm. Oh, that's not a bad idea. But what kind of people are the patriarchs? How could they be willing to listen to us? Could it be that he had to tell them that this kid had the divine Luo clan on him, the key to the lower realm? Jiang Hao said, sarcastically, Haha, the patriarchs are cowardly. If the ancient immortal clan makes a move, the patriarchs will start the trial in advance to prepare for battle. Jiang Yu smiled. What do you mean? Jiang Hao frowned. He suddenly did not understand this half-brother of his. Our heavenly Dao clan is suppressing all directions. There are still countless ancient immortals who didn't die because they acted as bait. We just need to release 1 or 2 of them. Jiang Yu said indifferently. Isn't your idea a little bold? Jiang Hao gasped. The great immortal demon war had ended a long time ago, and those ancient immortals had been suppressed for a long time. Today, Jiang Yu actually planned to release 1 or 2 of them. Are you afraid? Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Hao mockingly. Tell me, since you have such a plan, you should have thought of which ancient immortal you want to release. Jiang Hao did not care about Jiang Yu's mockery and said indifferently, The patriarchs won't be too concerned if their cultivation is low, but if their cultivation is too high, I'm afraid they won't be able to suppress them. Do you remember that when you were young, the patriarchs once said that there was a Marshal Tianpeng in the ancient heavenly court who was in charge of the 80,000 heavenly river navy? Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Jiang Hao frowned and said, That was a 3rd step, Almighty. Back then, in order to suppress him, 19 of our heavenly Dao clan's 3rd step, Almighty, died. In the end, It was that person who personally attacked and destroyed his primordial spirit. Now he has lost his mind. I heard that he howls all day and wants to destroy the world. He used to be a third step almighty, but now that his primordial spirit has been destroyed, his cultivation is at most the same as yours and mine. If he was stronger, even if he was in the ancient state, the patriarchs could easily suppress him again because he has no mind. However, such an almighty existence in the ancient heavenly court suddenly broke free. Our heavenly Tao clan suppression will definitely shock the patriarchs, and they will suspect that the ancient immortal clans are making a comeback. By then, they will definitely bring forward the trial. Jiang Yu said with a smile. That's a bold idea. Jiang Hao shook his head slightly. If we can go to Shenlua World, we'll have a chance to reach the third step. So, what's wrong with being bold? Jiang Yu sneered. All right, let's give it a try. Chapter 2743. There was no greenery on this desolate planet. It was almost completely covered in yellow sand. Even the air was filled with a strong sense of restlessness. There was no trace of celestial chi here, not to mention mortals. Even celestials could not stay here for long. Otherwise, their cultivation would definitely regress. Heavens, loathing land. A hint of disgust flashed across Jiang Hao's eyes as he said indifferently, For immortals, this was the kind of place they hated the most. It was like mortals going to the universe where they couldn't breathe. Immortal chi was the air for immortals. A place without immortal chi was a land of death. It would have an impact on their own cultivation. Some of the more powerful danger zones would die. Earth could make an immortal no different from a mortal. Only a place like this can hold that marshal. Jiang Yu smiled. At this moment, there seemed to be a flash of light in the sky. The two of them moved slightly and merged into the ground. A somewhat mechanical divine was swept over the place where they were previously, but it did not discover the two of them. Let's go. The longer we delay, the easier it will be for us to be discovered. After the divine sense left, the two of them slowly floated up from the ground. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded and looked around. It should be in that direction. I can feel a faint celestial chi there. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the foot of a tall mountain. There was not a hint of greenery on this mountain. It was completely made of yellow soil. At the foot of the mountain, there was a pitch-black hole. There seemed to be a faint whistling sound coming from it. It sounded like the sound of the wind, but also like the howling of some kind of creature. We've found the place. How do we break the seal? This was personally set up by that person back then. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Yu. The two of them were certain that that person was imprisoned in this hole. So much time has passed that even the seal has weakened significantly. There's bound to be a way to break it, Jiang Yu sneered. You guys are ancient immortals. Suddenly, a voice came from the hole. The voice was calm and did not carry any killing intent. Jiang Hao and Jiang Yu looked at each other and suddenly felt that something was wrong. According to the records, the one who was suppressed here should have lost his humanity. All that was left in his heart was killing. How could an existence that only knew how to kill have such a neutral and peaceful voice? Seems like you guys aren't ancient immortals. But it doesn't matter. It's been a long time since anyone came here. There isn't even anyone to talk to. The voice seemed to be getting closer and closer. Jiang Hao and Jiang Yu were dumbfounded as they looked at the entrance of the cave. They saw a guy who looked like a scholar walking out of it. It's an illusion. The two of them reacted immediately, but a layer of cold sweat still appeared on their backs. It was impossible for the other party to escape the seal of this place, so this figure was not real. Even so, they still felt uncomfortable. After all, they were facing a great figure from the ancient immortal clan, a third step cultivator. Don't be afraid. My true appearance is a bit scary and I don't like it. That's why I can only change into this appearance to meet the guests. The scholar smiled at the two of them. Your canopy marshal? Jiang Yu said with a frown. Exactly. The scholar smiled. After a pause, he continued, "However, I am the good in his heart. His evil is resting, so don't wake him up." Good and evil? The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Hao said with a strange expression, "I heard that Canopy Marshall's primordial spirit has been destroyed. How can he still have consciousness?" "We don't have consciousness. We are just pure good and evil thoughts. Originally, we couldn't speak, but after being lonely for a long time, we learned to speak one day." The scholar smiled. "Jiang Yu, change to someone else. This place is very strange." Jiang Hao said with a frown. "Okay." Jiang Yu nodded and did not argue with Jiang Hao this time. When the scholars saw the two of them turn and leave, the smile on his face became even wider. "It seems that the two of you have been at the peak of the second step for a long time. Do you want to step into the third step?" The two of them paused for a moment and turned around in unison. "Do you have any brilliant ideas?" "Let's make a deal. If you let me go, I will teach you how to step into the third step. Fair enough, right?" The scholar said with a smile. "Senior, please don't joke. You are a third step cultivator. If we let you go, will we still be alive?" Jiang Hao sneered. He wanted to leave, but he noticed that Jiang Yu's eyes were shining. He said to the scholar excitedly, "Let's talk about the details of the deal." Niwa. Ning Qi moved slightly and appeared in the cockpit out of thin air. Before this, he had been trying to repair the puppet in the top cultivation training ground. As a result, he found that the 9-hell hammering technique was useless. The puppet was not a magic weapon. Its internal structure was extremely exquisite. Almost every part was engraved with runes of the same effect. If one was not proficient in the Mo family's puppet refining technique, it was almost impossible to repair it. "Niwa, where are we now?" Ning Qi sat on the sofa and looked at the star region outside the screen. Niwa moved and appeared next to Ning Qi. With a gentle tap, a huge virtual screen appeared in front of him and demonstrated the route for Ning Qi. "Master, we've already passed this place and this place. After a few more jumps, we'll be able to reach your destination in about a month. However, along the way, the Niwa has detected at least 7 planets that don't have the slightest trace of immortal qi. They're like dead lands. The machines we sent to those planets did not send back any images. We lost contact with them as soon as we arrived." Niwa said with a strange expression. "There's such a place?" Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. He then smiled. "Don't worry about it. It's a ghost realm after all. It's a barren land. Perhaps there's some special magnetic field there that affects the operation of the machines." Niwa nodded thoughtfully. However, it seemed that she was still unhappy about the failure of the machines. If there was a chance, she would definitely explore those planets again. The top cultivation training ground. Ning Qi took out the puppet again and studied it for a long time before throwing it back into the spatial bag. He then took out the 4 flying swords and used the 9-hell hammering technique to refine them for more than 10 years. After confirming that the 4 flying swords would not improve in quality in a short period of time, he put them back into his consciousness. Ning Qi had tried to meditate, but because his cultivation base had already reached the bottleneck of the perfected gold immortal realm, he could not increase his cultivation base in the slightest before he attained Tao Fruit and became a grand heavenly immortal. As for attaining Tao Fruit, Ning Qi had no idea how to do it. The Merit Tower, a thought flashed through his mind. Ning Qi suddenly realized that he had not been to the Merit Tower ever since he became a golden immortal. Thinking to this point, Ning Qi's heart moved, and he appeared on the 4th floor of the Merit Tower. When he arrived at the 5th floor, he found that the surroundings were densely packed with ancient books. Among them, the most eye-catching one caused Ning Qi to be a little shocked. Chapter 2744. At this moment, Ning Qi's mood was like a glimmer of hope. He had researched that puppet for many years, but had never been able to repair it. In the end, There was actually a Mahist engineering technique manual on the 5th floor of the Merit Tower that he had never been able to come up to. MO Family's mechanism technique. Exchange price, 100,000 merit points. Haha. Ning Chi's mouth twitched a few times. 100,000 merit points. He only had a few thousand merit points now. There was still a long way to go. 100,000 merit points. He would have to kill 100 Xian immortals to get it. With the Zhu Xian sword array, killing Xian immortals is indeed not a big problem. But where can I find 100 Xian immortals? Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. After thinking for a few seconds, a target suddenly appeared in his mind. Profound Azure Mansion. Why didn't I think of it before? Ning Chi smiled. Other than Profound Azure Mansion, there seemed to be no other force in the immortal world that was more suitable for Ning Chi. When this is over, I will find a few opportunities to join Profound Azure Mansion and destroy them from the inside. Ning Chi already had an idea. There were many forces under the Profound Azure Mansion, and if he dealt with them one by one, there would be a way to gather 100,000 merit points. Putting the MO clan's mechanism technique aside for now, Ning Chi explored the 5th floor. He discovered that, aside from the MO clan's mechanism technique, there were many other immortal techniques on the 5th floor. These immortal techniques all seemed very ancient. The cheapest one cost 10,000 merit points, while the most expensive one cost 30,000 merit points, more than the MO clan's mechanism technique. They had something in common with the Mahist's mechanism arts. In the current immortal world, they were unheard of. There were probably all kinds of lost immortal arts. These immortal arts have existed for quite a long time. Any one of them would probably be able to be exchanged for an extremely abundant amount of cultivation resources in the current immortal world. Ning Chi sighed. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough merit points, otherwise he would be able to get a lot of benefits from these immortal arts. After his spiritual force left the Merit Tower, Ning Chi took out the 4 flying swords to practice. Every time he set up the immortal vanquishing sword array, the sword array would extract an amount of immortal chi that was equivalent to a dozen perfected golden immortals. However, Ning Chi could still endure such an amount. The gates of the hell-suppressing fan had an endless stream of energy gushing out, replenishing Ning Chi's body. He could definitely make the fairy-slaying sword formation last for a very, very long time, so long that it was unimaginable to ordinary people. Although the power of the celestial slaying sword formation is great, the requirements are also extremely high. Right now, it is only a low-grade Tao tool, yet it requires so much celestial spiritual energy. If I wait for them to recover to a mid-grade Tao tool, they will suck me dry in an instant. However, it is not that easy to recover to a mid-grade Tao tool. As for some treasures that can increase one's artifact forging skills, it will be a long road to restore them to a mid-grade Tao artifact in the blessed paradises. Ning Chi sighed, as his understanding of the 9 hells tempering art increased. He also looked at many posts related to refining techniques in the All Heavens Forum. Many of the posts mentioned that every refining technique had a corresponding holy land. This kind of holy land wasn't a holy land for cultivation, but it could amplify one's refining technique. It was known as a holy land for refiners. In the immortal realm, there are more than a dozen such holy lands. Each holy land represented a different school of refiners. Ning Chi didn't know which school the 9 hells tempering art belonged to. He could only be sure if he personally visited these holy lands. It was more likely that these holy lands didn't have a holy land. There was a holy land that was compatible with the 9 hells tempering art and had an amplifying effect. This was because the 9 hells tempering art was the number 1 refining technique in the immortal realm. It had been passed down for a long time. Today's refiners had only appeared after the Great War of Immortals and Demons. There was a huge gap between the two. No matter what, I'll have to make a trip to the dozen or so holy lands of smithing. However, blacksmiths are extremely mysterious. Even the All Heavens Forum hasn't revealed the locations of these holy lands. It'll take some effort to find the exact location. Time flew. Ning Chi pinched his fingers and calculated, then left the top cultivation training ground and returned to the Nuwa. However, as soon as he appeared in the cockpit, Ning Chi felt that something was wrong. The Nuwa seemed to have lost its momentum and was falling rapidly. Ning Chi didn't have time to ask. With a thought, he wanted to stop the Nuwa from falling. However, he was shocked to find that all the immortal chi in his body had disappeared. He couldn't even use the immortal techniques and supernatural powers that he possessed. It was as if he had become a slightly stronger immortal. Ning Chi had experienced this when he was turning into a mortal. Therefore, after the shock, Ning Chi immediately realized that he and the Nuwa might have entered some kind of strange formation. His cultivation was completely suppressed. Nuwa, are you there? Ning Chi looked around, but couldn't find any trace of the Nuwa. Then, through the screen in the cockpit, Ning Chi found that the Nuwa was about to fall into a valley. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in all directions. The birds and beasts flew up in a panic, occasionally turning their heads to look at the uninvited guest in horror. The originally beautiful valley was now shrouded in dust and fog. Under the dust and fog, a huge object plunged into the valley. Ning Chi felt dizzy. It seemed that this place not only suppressed his cultivation, but also his divine soul. The crash of the Nuwa took him 5 or 6 breaths before he came to his senses. 10 minutes later, Ning Chi came to the cabin door of the goddess Nuwa. He was sure that the functions of the goddess Nuwa had all failed. Even goddess Nuwa was nowhere to be found. It was as if the goddess Nuwa was no longer a piece of magical equipment, but a dead object that had lost its power and intelligence. Ning Chi also checked the various robots in the Nuwa. Without exception, they had become lifeless and could not be activated at all, just like the Nuwa. Ning Chi's own strength had almost become that of an ordinary person. He only had a little bit of strength left. Now, even leaving the Nuwa ship had become an extremely difficult task. Standing in front of the cabin door, Ning Chi held a wrench in his hand and looked around. About a few hours later, the cabin door of the Nuwa fell to the ground with a loud sound. Then Ning Chi walked out of the Nuwa and looked around. The route that Nuwa set was given by Ancestor Xianjian. Without my consent, she would not change the route to other planets. So, could this be the planet that Ancestor Xianjian wanted me to come to? Ning Chi looked at the surrounding scenery and muttered to himself. In this short period of time, he had confirmed several points. There was no spiritual chi in this place. Chapter 2745. Ning Chi suddenly remembered that Nuwa had said that she had encountered 7 or 8 strange planets along the way. She had specially sent robots to check them out, but they had lost contact with all of them. However, those planets did not seem to have any life at all, as if they were dead planets. And the one before him, at least he could see many small creatures secretly sizing him up from the surrounding forest. Perhaps this planet was the same as the 7 or 8 other planets. The only difference was that it had a little more life. With that thought, Ning Chi pushed off with both legs, and his entire body shot up into the sky. He flew for about 100 feet before falling straight down. Following that, Ning Chi found a huge boulder and bombarded it with his fists, making loud noises. Not long after, the huge boulder was smashed into pieces by Ning Chi. Ning Chi stood where he was and was silent for a long time. He could not use 90,000 kilometers in a breath, nor could he use the 8-9 arcane art. Ning Chi could not use anything related to immortals at the moment. Originally, he could fly from one end of the planet to the other with just a thought, but now he could only jump about 100 feet. Originally, he could silently turn a huge boulder into dust with a single punch, but now he could only rely on brute force to turn them into rubble. If it's always like this, then how should I leave this place? Ning Chi thought of the most crucial problem. If he could not fly and Nuwa could not be activated, wouldn't he have to stay on this planet for the rest of his life? A hint of seriousness appeared in Ning Chi's eyes. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to find out why Old Man Mysterious Sword had asked him to come here. With that thought, Ning Chi hesitated for a moment. He walked up to Nuwa and tapped it lightly. With a whoosh, Nuwa disappeared on the spot. Fortunately, the space bag can be used. The system did not screw up at this time. Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief. If Nuwa could not be stored away, he would have a huge headache. He could not leave Nuwa here to be exposed to the wind and rain, could he? He was not sure where Nuwa had gone. She might have been suppressed by some kind of power here, so he did not feel at ease leaving Nuwa here. Just as Ning Chi was exploring the valley and preparing to find a way out, the Tiandao clan received bad news. The ancient, immortal clan who was in charge of the Heavenly River's 80,000 navy, the third-step mighty General Tianpeng, had been rescued. Every place where the ancient, immortal clans were being suppressed was guarded by the Tiandao family. When the guards realized that the canopy marshal had disappeared, their faces turned green, and they immediately sent the news back. Deep within the universe, in a certain mysterious, mystic realm, there was a tall mountain. On this mountain there was a statue. The statue's appearance seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. Even if one stood very close to it, one would not be able to see its facial features clearly. In front of this statue, there was a large hall. At this moment, there were over 20 Tendo clan members seated in the hall. An elder of the clan. The group of elders in the hall who were no longer young could be said to be the strongest experts in the immortal world, and also the existences with the highest status in the immortal world. Their gazes were currently focused on a young cultivator kneeling in the center of the hall. At this moment, this young cultivator's face was pale, his lips were purple, and large beads of sweat dripped down his face. He looked at 3 of the elders with a pleading gaze. Ahem. An elder in a green robe, even his hair and eyes were dark green, coughed and smiled. We've already checked the canopy marshal's restrictive spell. There's no damage at all. May I ask, how did the person who saved him escape your eyes? Disappeared? The young cultivator was dumbfounded. Junior has been paying attention to the situation over there. It was just a moment, and then he disappeared. There's no movement at all? One of the elders suddenly spoke. Not at all. The young cultivator hurriedly nodded. At this moment, the other elders all looked in the direction the young cultivator was looking at. The 3 elders sitting there were the ancestors of the Tiandao clan's Jiang family. The canopy marshal was also under the Jiang family's supervision. Now that something had happened, they naturally needed an explanation. We've already discussed it. There should be a mole. The 3 of them looked at each other, and one of them slowly spoke. Mole! The hall fell silent for a moment. If one looked closely, they would see that there seemed to be a trace of panic and fear hidden in the eyes of these elders. After so many years, there's finally movement from that side. I didn't think they would be able to plant a pawn in our Tiandao clan. Everyone, there's no need to panic. The canopy marshal's origin soul has already been destroyed by that person. The strongest one is only at the ancient state like you and me, and he doesn't have his own consciousness. It won't be too difficult to deal with him. Since they're acting so sneakily, they won't be any better than us. Could it be that they're just bait to lure us out? At that time, with our strength, they only need an initial 3rd step cultivator to kill us. At that time, the Tiandao clan will be completely destroyed. There's a bit of a chance, but it's not too high. After so many years, if there are a few figures who can make decisions on that side who have reincarnated, they might be planning something. Soon, we'll definitely have a battle with them. Jiang Tianche, Jiang Jianba, Jiang Yuanshin. The mole this time must be from your Jiang family. What do the 3 of you have to say? The other 8 families have been suppressing those ancient immortals for many years, and nothing has happened. Humph. I've already warned your Jiang family to keep a low profile. Our goal is to transcend this world and go to the Shenluo realm. The disciples of the 8 families have been painstakingly cultivating and have never stepped into the immortal realm. Only your Jiang family often sends disciples to the immortal realm to cause trouble. Jiang Tianche, I remember that many years ago, your descendants were on the ancestral planet. Wasn't he crippled by someone on the ancestral planet? He didn't embarrass the Jiang family, but the Tiandao clan. We're going to embarrass ourselves along with you. The green-robed, green-haired, and green-eyed elder looked coldly at the 3 Jiang family elders. Seeing that the elders of his family were surrounded, the young cultivator kneeling in the middle of the hall turned pale, and his eyes were filled with regret. Have you said enough? Jiang Tianche's hair and brows were white, and he looked like a sage. He glanced at the green-robed elder, then at the other elders, and said with a smile, "We can't even be sure if the traitor is from the Jiang clan this time. Yet you guys want to throw the blame on the Jiang clan? We're here today to discuss how to solve this problem and not find someone to take the blame. Settle this matter and not find someone else to take the blame. Even if it's my Jiang family's fault, does it have nothing to do with you?" Chapter 2746. Find the traitor, and at the same time, start the trial ahead of time. Over the years, our heavenly Tao family's geniuses have either exhausted their lifespans or suffered cultivation deviation. We need to replenish our blood to prepare for the upcoming battle. Jiang Tianche said with a cold smile. Jiang Jianba and Jiang Yuanshan were stunned and looked at Jiang Tianche. Clearly, they didn't expect Jiang Tianche to suggest starting the trial earlier. The rest of the elders were stunned, and someone immediately objected. "No, we need at least 1 ancient era to open the trial. How many years has it been since the last time it was opened? Less than 1,000,000 years, right? If we open it again, our Tiandao family's cultivation resources won't be enough. How do you want the other disciples to cultivate?" "That's right. Every time we open the trial, we need to spend a lot of resources. How long has it been since our Tiandao family's brand was established? We need to wait for at least 1 ancient era to eliminate those disciples who don't have the aptitude or providence before we can open it again. By then, our cultivation resources won't be stretched. There are at least 10 million outer sect disciples with our Tiandao family's brand, right? Most of them have been eliminated in the past. If we open it so early, something that we can't control will happen when 10 million disciples are gathered in the secret realm. What if I can communicate with the Shenluo realm? If I say that starting the trial earlier is their arrangement, will you have any objections?" Jiang Tianche smiled. When the elders in the hall heard this, their eyes were filled with shock. They looked at Jiang Tianche and the other 2 Jiang family patriarchs in disbelief. "Jiang Tianche, what did you say? You can communicate with the Shenluo realm? Impossible," the green-robed elder said coldly as he stared at Jiang Tianche. "The cultivation resources required for the trial are all inside. As for whether or not I can communicate with the Shenluo world, I'll say it for now and you guys can listen to it for now. But let me tell you, the war of the 10,000 races in the Shenluo world is about to begin, and they are in urgent need of a batch of geniuses. Soon, the celestial world will make an exception and open a gate that leads to the Shenluo realm. When the time comes, the entire Tiandao family will head to the Shenluo realm and participate in the war of the myriad races. Not only is this an opportunity for the disciples, but it is also an opportunity for us to break through to the ancient transformation realm and step into the 3rd step." Jiang Tianche tossed out an interspatial ring and said calmly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Someone grabbed the universe ring that Jiang Tianche had tossed out and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Then he nodded at the rest of the elders with a solemn expression. The other elders took turns to check it and found that there was indeed a large pile of cultivation resources in the Cosmos Ring, including several spiritual materials that could open the trial secret realm and were extremely rare in the celestial realm. They instantly believed at least half of Jiang Tianche's words. "Jiang Tianche, is what you said true? The divine Luo world will make an exception and open their doors for all of us to enter?" The green-robed elder was slightly excited. I'm just a messenger, and I can't be sure if it's true or not. Believe it or not, believe it or not. This time, even if there wasn't a mole in the clan, I would still start the trial ahead of schedule. If you choose not to participate, you can explain to the other side when the divine Luo gate opens. Jiang Tianche said calmly, This, of course, we believe it. However, this matter is of great importance, and it's inevitable that we have to discuss it. What's the myriad race war that you mentioned? The divine Luo world controls the all heavens, and the almighties of the various clans are fighting for the karmic luck there. Originally, apart from some conflicts, all parties were peaceful. However, for some reason, the divine Luo world is now fighting for the karmic luck everywhere. The other side has already spread the word that the myriad race war is imminent. Even ancient transformation realm existences, like us, can only be cannon fodder. Only by stepping into the third step can we fight for the karmic luck that belongs to us in this myriad race war. This time, perhaps half of all of you will die, but the remaining half will definitely step into the third step. Jiang Tianche stood up slowly and turned to walk out of the hall. Don't spread this matter. We don't know how long it will take for us to head to the divine Luo world, so we don't want to mess things up. Jiang Jianba smiled at everyone and stood up to leave as well. Jiang Yuanshin glanced at the young cultivator in the middle of the hall and said indifferently, Why aren't you leaving? Thank you, Patriarch. The young cultivator quickly recovered from his shock and stood up to leave with Jiang Yuanshin. After the 3 old ancestors of the Jiang clan and the young cultivator left, the elders present looked at each other speechlessly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the green-robed elder finally said, How much of what Jiang Tian said is true and how much is false? If that's the case, I don't think he will lie to us, and he has no reason to lie to us. The cultivation resources are all here. If Jiang Tianche wants to lie to us, he can't possibly take out so many resources to deceive us, right? One of the elders pouted, and everyone instantly looked at the Qian Kun ring that was floating in the middle of the hall. There were indeed countless resources inside, and they really did not believe that the Jiang family would be able to take out so many resources by themselves. From the looks of it, Jiang Tian's was indeed able to communicate with the Shenluo world. It seems that we have to be prepared. If we can really head to the divine Luo world, it's better to be cannon fodder than to be a rat here. For so many years, we didn't dare to take a step out of this place. We were afraid that we would be quietly beheaded by the ancient immortals. I've had enough of this. One of the elders said, Since that's the case, let's be prepared. Take advantage of this time to leave more heavenly Tao imprints and see if we can get a few true geniuses. The green-robed elder narrowed his eyes and said plainly, Ningqi took 3 days to walk out of the forest around the valley and found a path. When he saw this path, he was sure that there were living people on this planet, and it had its own culture. It wasn't like the planet that Patriarch Venomous Toad came from, where only the Patriarch Venomous Toad's cave abode existed. Ningqi sprinted along the road. Although he couldn't use his divine arts, his speed wasn't something a normal horse could match. After running for about 2 hours, he saw some people hurrying on their way. Most of them were emaciated and had families to take care of. When they sensed the movement behind them and turned to look, Ningqi's speed had already returned to normal. He was like an ordinary scholar who was in a hurry. Chapter 2747. The burly man saw that Ningqi was well dressed and looked fair and tender. He immediately felt a little uneasy. Moreover, Ningqi's question was a little strange. He was here, but he didn't know where he was. Ningqi repeated the question with a smile. Only then did the burly man say nervously, Sir, you can reach the capital after walking 100 miles from here. Oh, Ningqi smiled. Of course, that was not what he wanted to ask. However, after the burly man answered, he immediately pulled the woman and hurried on. In his opinion, Ningqi's identity was either rich or noble. It was best for commoners like them not to have too much involvement with such an existence. Not long after, the passers-by nearby saw that Ning Chi seemed to be walking normally, but in fact he was extremely fast. In just a few moments he had lost track of Ning Chi. It was a little strange, but they couldn't tell what was strange about it. They even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. When Ning Chi saw that there was no one on the road, he began to run quickly. When there were people, he slowed down. In this way, it did not take long to cover the distance of 100 miles. In front of Ning Chi, an ancient city appeared. Compared to the huge cities that Ning Chi had seen before, the ancient city in front of him was only a city. Although the walls stretched for several miles and looked extremely magnificent, they were only 7 or 8 feet tall. Ning Chi had experience. The higher the city wall, the higher the cultivation of the local cultivators. Back in the capital of the Qin Tang Empire, the city wall was more than 7 or 8 feet tall. This place was called the capital by the burly man, so it should be the capital of some country. However, the city wall was only 7 or 8 feet tall. It was very likely on this planet. However, there was no such existence that could come and go. Or rather, there were very few such existences. Even the cultivation of a perfected golden immortal has been suppressed to the level of a mortal. There is no trace of immortal chi here, so the natives here can't cultivate. At most, they can strengthen their bodies. Ning Chi thought to himself. He felt that his guess was most likely correct. At the same time, Ning Chi had some doubts about the purpose of Old Man Mysterious Sword asking him to come here. This place seemed ordinary, but in fact it was extremely extraordinary. At the very least, it was a little stranger than the other planets that Ning Chi had been to. After all, Ning Chi had never seen a planet that could suppress the cultivation of immortal Tao and demonic Tao. He had never heard of it either. Perhaps the heavenly Tao of this place is different. After pondering for a while, Ning Chi also observed that the guards at the city gate seemed to place great importance on everyone's identity. If they wanted to enter the city, they had to show something similar to a travel permit. This further confirmed Ning Chi's judgment. If it was a place with many cultivators, then entering and exiting the city would not be so strict. This was because cultivators were originally an existence that was not bound by any restrictions. Only some special huge cities could check the identity of cultivators. This place was so strict in checking one's identity, similar to the ancient times on Earth. Even if there were beings that were different from ordinary people, they were still within the scope of ordinary people and were under the control of the government. Ning Chi raised his head and glanced at the top of the city wall. Every 7 or 8 zhang, there was a soldier standing guard. These soldiers seemed to be holding some kind of crossbow in their hands. Their eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as they surveyed the surroundings. With Ning Chi's current strength, it would not be a problem for him to cross the city wall. Eyes, however, were very difficult. Murder. The Hung Mountain bandits are murdering people. Suddenly, a handsome horse galloped over. On the horse sat a young man with a panicked expression. There were a few arrows stuck in his body, and there were even more arrows on the horse. There were at least 5 or 6 arrows on the horse. Blood continuously dripped down, and the pedestrians on the road all gave way in terror. When the horse reached the city gate, it was already at the city gate. When the horse reached the city gate, it let out a loud neigh and fell to the ground. The young man on the horse immediately rolled away. The Hung Mountain bandits are here again? Fortunately, we left quickly. Otherwise, if we encountered the Hung Mountain bandits, it would be difficult for us to escape death. Buddha bless us! Buddha bless us! The pedestrians' faces turned pale, and a trace of lingering fear appeared in their eyes. At the same time, the guards at the city gate immediately helped the young man up and asked him with a solemn expression. The young man pointed in a direction. Peach Blossom Path. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes rolled back and he died. An arrow had just pierced his heart. The fact that he could run to this place was enough to show that his vitality was stronger than ordinary people. At this time, a middle-aged soldier in armor with an imposing manner and demeanor walked out, followed by a group of soldiers. What happened? The middle-aged soldier looked at the corpse on the ground with a frown. General Lin, this man said that the Hung Mountain Bandits appeared on the Peach Blossom Path 30 kilometers away. The soldier hurriedly replied, "The Peach Blossom Path?" General Lin's expression suddenly changed. He growled in a low voice, "Bring me the horse, quickly!" The Peach Blossom Path. The peach blossoms are in full bloom at this time of the year. I heard that many ladies and gentlemen of high officials and nobles like to enjoy the peach blossoms there at this time. I didn't expect that they would encounter the Hung Mountain Bandits. I guess many nobles in the capital will die. Some people talked in a low voice, but they looked a little excited. Ning Chi's eyes flickered slightly. He turned around and walked in the direction pointed by the young man just now. He needed a travel permit. There must be something he wanted there. Not long after Ning Chi left, General Lin rushed to the Peach Blossom Path on horseback with hundreds of his subordinates. At the same time, the news that the Hung Mountain Bandits appeared on the Peach Blossom Path was also reported to their superiors. It was not a trivial matter for the Hung Mountain Bandits to appear so close to the capital. Moreover, the Hung Mountain Bandits appeared on the Peach Blossom Path. If they were not careful today, there would be a big shock in the capital. The pinkish-white peach blossoms grew all over the branches, blooming like a sea of flowers. They were bright and fragrant, tender and beautiful. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow, and 2 peach blossoms would fall. They would merge with the blood on the ground and instantly be dyed bright red. Corpses were lying on the roadside and under the trees. They were all dead. Some were killed by knives and axes, some were shot to death by bows and arrows, some were beheaded, and some had lost their limbs. It was a bloody scene. Most of these corpses were dressed brightly. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. However, there were also some who were dressed like guards, manservants, and maids. Their faces were all filled with extreme horror. Ning Chi walked in the middle of the road and frowned slightly. Suddenly, a corpse lying on the ground moved. His arm suddenly grabbed Ning Chi's ankle. He struggled to raise his head and looked at Ning Chi for help. Ning Chi found that this person's appearance was 50 to 60% similar to his. Chapter 2748. If it's meant to be, it'll happen. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. Ning Chi sighed softly. He found a travel pass from the youth's body and looked at it. The youth's name was Nangong Lingfeng, and he was a member of the Nangong clan of the Dancing Sun County. If his cultivation wasn't suppressed by this place, Ning Chi would be able to save the youth's injuries with just a thought. Unfortunately, Ning Chi was no different from an ordinary person now, except for his greater strength and thicker skin. After taking the travel pass, Ning Chi continued walking. As for whether someone would find Nangong Lingfeng's corpse and cause his travel pass to be seen through, he wasn't worried at all. Or rather, he didn't care. It was just a temporary measure, and he didn't really want to impersonate Nangong Lingfeng. He didn't go very far, about 300 meters away, when suddenly an arrow sped toward Ning Chi. Ning Chi casually caught it and threw it backward. In the peach forest by the side of the road, a person holding a bow and arrow fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness in his eyes, dead. His head had been pierced through by an arrow. Even a deity wouldn't be able to save him. Noiselessly, a few more figures jumped out from the peach forest and attacked Ning Chi. Some of them were wielding large blades, some were wielding large axes, and some were wielding long swords. Their expressions were very serious, and their attacks were very coordinated. They sealed off all of Ning Chi's escape routes, but at the same time they didn't let go. At the same time, they didn't make any noise. In Ning Chi's eyes, this group of people didn't seem like bandits at all. Instead, they seemed more like assassins. Ning Chi stood where he was. When these attacks were about to land on him, he moved slightly and dodged. Before those people could react, He gave each of them a palm strike on their foreheads. You! Those people looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Then they fell to the ground and died. From the outside, there didn't seem to be any changes to their heads. However, not long after, pinkish-white brain matter flowed out of their nostrils. The color matched the falling peach blossoms. Ning Chi's gaze swept across the area. The other party's spies had all been eliminated. There was one long-range attacker and 4 close-range attackers. It seemed like the Hung Mountain Bandits didn't have an advantage in numbers. From the speed of these people's attacks, their strength and speed were at least twice as strong as an ordinary person. In view of the uniqueness of this place, being twice as strong could already be considered extremely powerful in this place. After walking for a short distance, Ning Chi stood in the shadow of a peach forest and looked into the distance. There were more than 10 people dressed in different clothes, but their auras were very fierce. They were holding various weapons and surrounding dozens of young masters and young ladies. In the surroundings, there was also a large group of undead. Looking at the corpses, from the way they were dressed, they should be manservants or maids. You should know that we, the Hung Mountain Bandits, never leave anyone alive. However, we, the Hung Mountain Bandits, also keep our word. I've received news that the Een Soul record is with one of you. As long as you hand it over, I'll let you go today. The person who had spoken wore a black robe. His hair was snow white, and his face was handsome. However, it was ruined by his current gloominess. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. There was no weapon in his hand, and he was extremely conspicuous. From the way the bandits looked at him, it was obvious that he was the boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits. The group of young masters and young mistresses in front of him seemed to be scared out of their wits as they stared at each other blankly. A few of them even had a puddle of yellow liquid beneath their feet, emitting a foul smell. What? You're not willing to hand it over? The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits smiled slightly and gestured to his subordinates beside him. They immediately acted and grabbed a young master with an extremely pale face. The young master let out a scream and struggled. Don't kill me! I'm a disciple of the capital's Lin Mansion. My father is Lin Fengxian, the general who guards the city. Boss, he said that his father is Lin Fengxian. One of the Hung Mountain Bandits smiled, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Kill him. The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits smiled slightly. The young master let out a scream of despair. In an instant, his head was chopped off and fell to the ground. The young masters and young mistresses who were watching were terrified. Many young mistresses even cried out. Ning Chi stood in the peach forest and watched this scene calmly. However, he was a little curious about the Een Soul record that the man in the black robe had mentioned. From the name, it seemed to be some kind of cultivation technique. Could it be that there were really cultivators here? In a situation where there was no immortal chi, how could one cultivate? At this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits took a light breath, and the corpse of the young master who had just died suddenly emitted a gust of black gas and was sucked in by him. However, the others didn't seem to see this scene at all. Their expressions didn't change much. Only Ning Chi clearly saw that the moment the black gas was sucked in, he revealed an appearance similar to that of the young master. His expression was extremely horrified. After the boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits absorbed the black gas, his aura seemed to have become even more condensed. It seemed that the black gas could enhance his physical strength, absorbing souls to temper his body. Ning Chi's expression became even more strange. Are you still not willing to hand over the Een Soul record? The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits smiled and glanced at the crowd. We're just ordinary people and don't know anything about the Een Soul record. Did you receive the wrong information and kill the wrong person? One of the young masters mustered up his courage and said, Our source of information can't be wrong. The Dark Spirit sect, which hasn't appeared in the world for 100 years, has now accepted an outer disciple in the capital of each country. Hee, something big is going to happen. In order to protect ourselves, we have no choice but to offend you. You only have two choices. Either you die or you hand over the Een Soul record. It's said that the Dark Spirit sect gives out the Een Soul record at will. As long as you have the Een Soul record, you can become an outer disciple. How can I miss such an opportunity? The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits said with a smile, no matter who gets the Een Soul record, don't think about using any tricks. It's impossible to cultivate in such a short amount of time. So do you choose to die or live? The crowd looked at each other. Most of them didn't know what the Dark Spirit sect was, nor did they know what the Een Soul record was. Moreover, it was the first time they knew that the Hung Mountain Bandits were so powerful that they killed all their guards, especially this commander, who couldn't even be injured by swords and sabers. He was as terrifying as a ghost. It's about time. They should be here soon. Since you're not willing to hand over the Een Soul record, you can all die. The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits seemed to have lost his patience and said indifferently. Seeing this, his subordinates raised their weapons and walked toward the crowd. Chapter 27:49. The fop threw out an ancient book. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gazes immediately fell on the ancient book, and their expressions varied. The Hung Mountain Bandits seemed to be wild with joy, while the young masters and young mistresses behind the young master looked at the young master with eyes full of anger after a moment of shock. They didn't expect that they really had the thing that the Hung Mountain Bandits were looking for. How many people had died because of this thing? Chun Shang Kong, why didn't you take it out earlier? Someone questioned angrily. Damn it, you've killed so many of our people. Even the Chun Mansion behind you can't protect you. Even the Chun Mansion won't be able to protect you this time, let alone him. I'll definitely ask my father to confiscate the Chun Mansion when I get back. They blamed everything that had happened today on this fop and wanted to take revenge on the Chun Mansion behind him. However, they couldn't feel any hatred for the Hung Mountain Bandits in front of them. Or rather, they didn't dare to feel any hatred at all. The Een Soul record. The boss of Mount Hung stared at the ancient book, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Just as he was about to go forward and pick up the ancient book, a figure flashed past him like a bolt of lightning. Then the ancient book on the ground also disappeared. Both the Hung Mountain Bandits and the fop's side revealed a trace of shock and disbelief on their faces. How dare you? Go after him. The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits stared at the figure's back in horror. Then he roared angrily, kicked the ground, and immediately shot out like a cannonball, chasing after the figure. At the same time, he didn't forget to say something. Silence them. You don't keep your word. We've given you the thing. Why do you still want to kill us? Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. In the blink of an eye, the group of young masters and ladies died tragically under the sabers and axes of the Hung Mountain Bandits. After silencing them, they immediately chased in the direction where the boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits had gone. However, there was still a trace of shock in their hearts. Who on earth dared to rob the things in front of the Hung Mountain Bandits? Not long after, the soldier surnamed Lin arrived at the Peach Blossom Path with his subordinates. What they saw was a pile of dead bodies. The soldier surnamed Lin and his subordinates didn't look good. That's a disciple of the Zhao Mansion. Lord Wu's nephew also died here. This is the second miss of Duke Lushui's mansion. These corpses were all extraordinary. Basically, they were all famous geniuses and talented women in the capital city. But now they had died tragically in the Peach Blossom Road. This caused the faces of these soldiers to turn even paler. Normally, the death of any one of them would be enough to shake the capital. But now they were dying in groups. Alert! The Hung Mountain Bandits might still be here. General Lin bellowed with an ashen face. Then he rode his horse forward cautiously. Not long after, The group arrived at the place where the young masters and ladies were killed. Everyone gasped when they saw what was inside. The matter with the Hung Mountain Bandits this time is too big. He actually killed so many descendants of high officials and nobles. The soldiers were shocked and angry. Suddenly, a soldier looked at a head on the ground in disbelief. He looked at General Lin with a dull expression and said, "General, this is First Young Master." Lin Fengxian jumped down from his horse, picked up the head, and looked at it silently for a long time. Seeing this, the nearby soldiers didn't even dare to breathe. They didn't expect to see their boss, the first young master, among these corpses. Were the Hung Mountain Bandits rebelling? Usually, the Hung Mountain Bandits only killed the descendants of some rich families and rarely attacked the descendants of officials. Therefore, although the Hung Mountain Bandits had a terrible reputation, they were not so crazy that they needed to be exterminated by the army. But today, the Hung Mountain Bandits did something that heaven and earth couldn't tolerate. This time, they died on the Peach Blossom Road. 80% of the geniuses and talented women in the Peach Blossom Road had extraordinary backgrounds and were either rich or noble. Send a message back. Tell them that the Hung Mountain Bandits are rebelling and ask the imperial court to send an army to exterminate them. Lin Fengxian almost spat out these words through gritted teeth. The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits looked at Ning Qi with some fear. As the two of them chased and fled, they were already dozens of miles away from the Peach Blossom Road. He was very afraid of Ning Qi's speed. An existence that even he couldn't catch up to was definitely not an ordinary person. And such an existence almost didn't exist in the country of Yen. Although the country of Yen, in the eyes of ordinary people, was extremely large and had a vast territory, he knew that compared to those existences, the country of Yen was nothing. There wasn't even a spirit-level expert. But this guy in front of him was very likely a spirit-level expert. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such speed. "You are not from the country of Yen." The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits glanced at the Insol record in Ning Qi's hand and said slowly. Ning Qi didn't say anything. Instead, he flipped through the Insol record in his hand in front of the boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits. Suddenly, he had a little understanding of this place. The method taught in the Insol record was how to devour souls to strengthen one's body and finally reach a realm called spirit. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits. He watched helplessly as Ning Qi finished flipping through the entire Insol record, but he still didn't choose to make a move because he wasn't too confident. "Why aren't you making a move? Are you going to wait for your subordinates to arrive and then kill me together?" Ning Qi flipped his palm and put the Insol record into his spatial bag. In the immortal realm, only devils would cultivate this kind of soul-devouring cultivation method. But there were some details that surprised Ning Qi because it could allow the soul to fuse into the body, which had an extremely strong body-tempering effect on the body. There were many body-tempering techniques in the immortal realm, but this was the first time Ning Qi had seen one that used the soul to strengthen the body. It had a certain reference value for Ning Qi. After all, he was an immortal and demonic dual cultivator and attached great importance to the body. If he could master the cultivation method inside, perhaps it would be of great help to his future path of body tempering. An immortal soul was extraordinary. If he could make use of it and use it to temper his body, Ning Qi would have an additional method to strengthen himself. "Where did you put the Insol record?" The boss of the Hung Mountain Bandits was slightly startled when he saw Ning Qi put away the Insol record. Then he shouted angrily. At the same time, his subordinates suddenly rushed out from all directions and attacked Ning Qi. Chapter 2750. When Ning Qi saw the scales on the face of the leader of Mount Hung, his eyes flickered. The leader of Mount Hung was indeed a human. The strange phenomenon on his face was obviously related to the cultivation method he cultivated. Or rather, it was related to devouring souls to temper his body. Kill! The other party was filled with killing intent. When they joined forces, they had a courageous momentum. They sealed off all of Ningqi's escape routes and attacked Ningqi's vitals at the same time. Puff, puff, puff. All kinds of weapons fell on Ningqi. At the same time, the leader of Mount Heng's hand gripped Ningqi's neck. His knuckles turned white. He seemed to have used a lot of strength. What's going on? Mount Heng and the others were shocked. They felt a chill run down their spines. They were horrified to find that Ningqi had easily withstood all of their attacks. Spirit level. A look of despair flashed in the eyes of the leader of Mount Heng. Your strength is all right. Ningqi smiled. Then he threw out a punch as fast as lightning. The surrounding Mountain Heng bandits were sent flying and fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. Only the boss of the Mountain Heng bandits still had his claws on Ningqi's neck as he watched this scene in horror. Senior, spare me. The leader of Mount Heng took a few steps back and knelt in front of Ningqi. There was no longer the arrogance and disdain on his face when he faced the group of young masters. There was only endless fear. This was because he knew that with his strength not yet at the spirit level, he had no chance of winning against a spirit level expert. Every spirit level expert was an existence that could dominate a region. Unless the Yen Kingdom used the entire nation's power to hunt down a spirit level expert, regardless of the consequences, there was no chance of killing him. Let me ask you, what do you mean by spirit level expert? Ningqi looked at the leader of Mount Heng with a faint smile. When the leader of Mount Heng heard this, he was slightly stunned. He thought Ningqi was playing a trick on him. How could a spirit level expert not know such a simple question? However, he was afraid and still answered honestly. A spirit level expert is someone who has refined his body to the extreme and has the ability to control spirits. Have the ability to control spirits? Ningqi frowned. It was obvious that he didn't have the ability to do so. All of his abilities had been sealed by this place. Could it be that the spirit realm experts here were stronger than him at his peak? It's not impossible, but it's a little too low. Perhaps there are some special places here that allow the so-called spirit-level experts to have the ability to control souls? Ningqi thought to himself. Be more specific. Ningqi looked at the boss of Mount Heng and said indifferently. Specifics? The boss of Mount Heng was stunned for a moment. Then he cautiously said, Senior, I'm not a spirit rank expert yet. I really don't know how strong a spirit rank expert is. I've only seen a spirit rank expert control 10B souls and destroy a small country with a population of 10 million in the far north. 10B souls are enough to destroy a country? Could it be that in a small country with a population of more than 10 million, there are no spirit-level experts who can resist the other side? Ningqi frowned. A hint of suspicion flashed in the eyes of the boss of Mount Heng's bandits. He realized that Ningqi did not seem to be teasing him. It was as if he really did not understand the logic behind this. Senior, even a country with a population of more than 1 billion, like the Yen Kingdom, doesn't have a spirit rank expert, let alone 10 million. But the Yen Kingdom, together with the other 8 countries, worships a spirit rank expert who lives in the Lantern Mountain. So, usually no other spirit rank experts will come to wreak havoc. The boss of Mount Heng said, cautiously, This is the Yen Kingdom. Ningqi said indifferently. The boss of Mount Heng nodded. A population of 1 billion can't even cultivate a spirit rank expert? Are there so few spirit rank experts? Ningqi's tone gradually turned cold. The boss of Mount Heng broke out in a cold sweat. If the person in front of him wasn't toying with him, he really didn't know where the spirit-level expert had popped out from. He actually didn't even know these things. Senior, no matter how many people there are in the Yen Kingdom, they are just mortals. Without the soul-devouring art, they can't cultivate. How can they reach the spirit rank? Most of the cultivation methods we cultivate are passed down from those mysterious sections. Their grades are extremely low. Even spirit rank experts are nothing in front of these sections. It is said that there are existences stronger than the spirit rank in these sections. But these sects are very mysterious and haven't come out for many years. Until recently, I received the news that the Dark Spirit sect came out to accept disciples. Before that, there has been no sect coming out to accept disciples for more than 100 years. The boss of Mount Hung said with a wry smile, that is to say, the cultivation methods you cultivate are all passed down from these sections. You, including those spirit rank experts, are inextricably linked to these mysterious sects. And these sects are extremely mysterious. You can only wait for them to come out, but you can't find their mountain gate? Ning Chi said indifferently. The boss of Mount Hung nodded repeatedly. What is above the spirit rank? Ning Chi continued to ask. Above the spirit rank. The boss of Mount Hung was stunned, and then he said with a wry smile, I don't know. Ning Chi looked at him indifferently. Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, he asked again, What about those below the spirit rank? Those below the spirit rank are called soul devourers. They are divided into 9 grades. Grade 1 is the lowest and grade 9 is the highest. I am a grade 8 soul devourer, the boss of Mount Hung said honestly. I think those mortals don't seem to know this at all. Ning Chi said indifferently. That's right. Few mortals know of our existence. Even if they do, they think we are powerful in martial arts. In fact, the strongest mortals who practice martial arts can only reach grade 3 soul devourer. Only the higher-ups among the mortals are familiar with existences like us. The boss of Mount Hung nodded. Seeing that Ning Chi did not seem very satisfied with this answer, he hurriedly continued, This is a rule passed down from those sects a long time ago. We can't easily let ordinary people know of our existence, and we can't let them know that we devour their souls to strengthen ourselves. Body. Hearing this, Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. He suddenly felt that this planet was somewhat similar to a pig farm. These people who knew how to devour souls were butchers, and the mortals were pigs waiting to be slaughtered. They completely did not know that there was such a group of people who used their souls to strengthen their bodies. Then why didn't you kill that group of mortals who know of your existence? Ning Chi's thoughts moved slightly. Someone has to manage the world. Their existence is permitted by the various spirit rank experts, and they are also protected by soul devourers. The boss of Mount Hung said, Chapter 2751. In Ning Chi's opinion, the Hung Mountain Bandits must have colluded with the higher-ups in the capital of the country of Yen. Even if they didn't collude, there should be people in the capital. If he let them go, he would definitely be harassed since he had the Yin Soul record. Instead of that, it was better to kill them. Sometimes the eye was blinded by wealth. The other party might not give up on the Yin spirit record just because of Ning Chi's identity as a spirit-level expert. It might even provoke other spirit-level experts to assassinate Ning Chi, such as the spirit-level expert from Mount Lantern that the Yen Kingdom worshipped. Ning Chi followed the clues given by Ancestor Xianjian and came to this place. The mysterious and special environment here kept him on guard. Before finding any clues about Ancestor Xuanjian's whereabouts, Ning Chi planned to keep a low profile. Now that he had no clues, he could only slowly search in the country of Yen. Along the way, Ning Chi saw Lin Fengxian and the others, but they couldn't see Ning Chi at all. They just passed by each other. General, the Hung Mountain Bandits. A sharp-eyed soldier saw the corpses on the ground. He immediately deduced their identity from their clothes and quickly shouted to Lin Fengxian. Lin Fengxian first looked around vigilantly, then slowly approached the corpses with the soldiers. 10 minutes later, Lin Fengxian raised his head in shock. Who killed the Hung Mountain Bandits, including their leader? And all of them were killed in one blow. Does our country of Yen really have such an expert? Lin Fengxian suddenly felt that today's incident was extremely strange. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a single survivor. He didn't understand why the Hung Mountain bandits would attack the children of the officials and nobles in the capital, nor did he know who killed them. If he really wanted to find out, this had already become an unsolved case, because the victims and murderers were all dead. Yanjing, the city gate. Ning Qi handed over the travel permit. The soldier took a look at it, then carefully looked at Ning Qi. He said strangely, "Are you Nangong Lingfang?" "That's me." Ning Qi smiled. "From the Nangong clan of Wuyong County?" the soldier said again. Ning Qi frowned slightly. What's wrong? Was there a problem with his identity? If that was the case, he could only change his identity and face and try again. Ning Qi thought to himself. The soldier let out a hollow laugh and said, "Nothing, I'm just curious. I heard that the Tonghu prefecture of Wuyong County suffered a great calamity. Thousands of people were killed or injured overnight. There was a Nangong clan there. I heard that more than 100 members of the clan were all killed." Ning Qi's expression changed. The soldier immediately handed the pass back to him, then waved his hand and said with a smile, "There's no problem with the pass, you can go in." Ning Qi didn't know that the Nangong Lingfeng he was pretending to be was on his way to Yanjing. He only knew that the Nangong clan of the Wuyong County had undergone such a huge change on his way there. He only knew that his enemies had come to find him, so he didn't dare to go back. He hid his identity on the way there and finally arrived with great difficulty. In Yanjing, he was greedy for the beauty of peach blossoms and died on the road of peach blossoms. Cousin Lingfeng? A slightly astonished voice sounded not far away. Ning Qi put away the travel pass and turned around. He saw a group of men and women standing not far away. There were 8 or 9 of them, and their clothes were bright and beautiful. They didn't look like ordinary people. Among the group, there was a girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, looking at him in astonishment. "You are." Ning Qi's eyes slightly moved. He didn't expect to meet Nangong Lingfeng's acquaintance at the city gate. The girl called Nangong Lingfeng cousin, so they were obviously relatives. He only looked 50 to 60% similar to Nangong Lingfeng, and he was half a head taller than Nangong Lingfeng. His identity might be exposed because of this. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. At least for this period of time he needed an identity. It would be troublesome if he was seen through. "Cousin Lingfeng, is it really you? I haven't seen you for so many years, and you've changed a lot. Even your height is so tall. If he didn't call out your name, I wouldn't have recognized you. Don't you recognize me? I'm Dugayin. The girl ran in front of Ning Qi with a pleasantly surprised face. "The Nangong clan of the Wuyong County? Is this kid really Nangong Lingfeng? He's already so tall. When he was in Yanjing, he was beaten up by us several times. I remember that his father was the assistant minister of the Ministry of War at that time. Later on, he made a mistake and was demoted by the emperor. He was expelled from Yanjing and returned to the Wuyong County. Is that his family? It should be him. He looks somewhat familiar. If it wasn't for the incident with the Nangong clan of the Wuyong County, I would have forgotten about his existence. What a pity. Even if Nangong Shaotian wasn't the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, the foundation of the Nangong clan was enough for Nangong Lingfeng to be the son of a wealthy clan. This time, the Nangong clan was annihilated. The culprit might be some of the enemies that his father offended. I heard that the emperor has already sent people to the Wuyong County to investigate. This time, Nangong Lingfeng came to Yanjing to seek refuge with the Dugu clan, right? Back then, Nangong Xiaoqian's accident might have something to do with the Dugu clan. The group of men and women stood in the distance and whispered to each other. From time to time, they would look at Ning Qi with gloating expressions. Only a few of them had pity in their eyes. "Oh, so it's Cousin Yin. We haven't seen each other for so many years. I almost couldn't recognize you." Ning Qi smiled at Dugu Yin. As for the conversation between the group of men and women, they thought that they had lowered their voices. But in fact, Ning Qi had heard everything clearly. He now had a better understanding of Nangong Lingfeng's background. This guy was really unlucky. Not only did his family encounter a great change, but he also encountered the Hung Mountain Bandits in Beijing. It seems that he's really from the Nangong clan, but he doesn't seem to be sad at all. He's in good spirits. He's indeed worthy of being the son of the former assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Compared to us, he's much more composed. The soldiers looked at each other and sighed with emotion. Cousin Lingfeng, did you just arrive in Beijing? Fortunately, you didn't go to the Peach Blossom Path. I heard that the Hung Mountain Bandits went there. Dugu Yin said with a smile. She didn't know that she had already guessed correctly. The real Nangong Lingfeng went to the Peach Blossom Path and was killed by the Hung Mountain Bandits. Dugu Yin saw that Ning Qi was smiling without saying anything. She suddenly thought of something, and a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Cousin Lingfeng, I've already heard about that incident. Fortunately, you're still alive. Uncle can be considered to have preserved his bloodline. Chapter 2752. On the way to the Dugu family with Dugu Yin was basically chattering away. She chatted with Ning Qi about the interesting things that happened when Nangong Lingfeng was still living in Yanjing when he was a child. She even asked Ning Qi if he recognized her group of friends. Those people had basically interacted with Nangong Lingfeng when he was young. They were his childhood playmates. However, from their expressions, it could be seen that Nangong Lingfeng had been bullied by them when he was young. Ning Qi could see that Dugu Yin was trying very hard to make him happy. He would occasionally reply with a few words, and then intentionally or unintentionally try to trick Dugu Yin into talking. When he arrived at the entrance of the Dugu residence, he was already very relieved. When Nangong Xiaotian had been demoted, he had brought his entire family, including Nangong Lingfeng, out of Yanjing. After returning to their hometown in the Wuyan County, the Dugu family and the Nangong family no longer had any contact. This might be because the current head of the Dugu family, Dugu Mo, had taken Nangong Xiaotian's position. He had never seen Nangong Lingfeng's little aunt again. In this way, he didn't have to worry about anyone from the Dugu family discovering his identity. Cousin Lingfeng, we're here. You haven't been to Beijing for so many years. You probably don't remember this place, right? Dugu Yin stood at the gate of the Dugu family and smiled at Ning Qi. Indeed, I don't remember very clearly. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Dugu Yin giggled and pulled Ning Qi inside. When the guards at the gate saw this, their expressions were a little strange. They kept glancing at Ning Qi, but because of Dugu Yin's identity, they didn't dare to stop them. They could only guess Ning Qi's identity, curiously. As soon as they entered the Dugu family, Ning Qi and Dugu Yin bumped into a group of people who were talking and laughing as they walked towards the gate. When they saw the two of them, they were obviously stunned. Among this group of people, the leader was a tall and mighty middle-aged man. He had a square face, and there was a hint of killing intent between his brows. Ning Qi looked at his attributes. As expected, he was the head of the Dugu family, Dugu Yin's father, Dugu Yin. Beside Dugu Mo stood a beautiful middle-aged woman. At this moment, she was looking at Ning Qi with a look of shock, joy, and hesitation. Her expression was incomparably complicated. This woman was Dugu Yin's mother and Nangong Xiaotian's little sister. Nangong Chuchan Ning Qi had to call her aunt in his current identity. Behind the two of them was a group of men, women, old and young. They were probably all from the Dugu family. Other than them, there was another person who was looking at Ning Qi thoughtfully. This person was probably an esteemed guest of the Dugu family. Otherwise, Dugu Mo and the rest wouldn't have sent him off personally. Father, mother, look who's here. This is Cousin Lingfeng. Dugu Yin pulled Ning Qi to the front of the crowd and said excitedly, Nangong Lingfeng. The expressions of the Dugu family members weren't quite right. They looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Dugu Mo, on the other hand, had a straight face and was expressionless. His gaze landed on Ning Qi with a trace of scrutiny. Is it really Ling Feng? Nangong Chu-chan suddenly took a step forward and looked at Ning Qi emotionally. Ning Qi was much taller than her, so she had to raise her head in order to see Ning Qi's appearance clearly. Ling Feng greets, Aunt. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. It's really you. I didn't expect you to have grown so much after so many years. I almost couldn't recognize you. Nangong Chu-chan was so emotional that her eyes were a little red. When Duguemo saw this, a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He felt that Ning Qi's current expression didn't seem like someone whose family had just been annihilated. However, he only nodded at Ning Qi and smiled at the middle-aged man who had been sizing Ning Qi up. Brother Zhao, this is the son of Nangong Xiaotian, Nangong Lingfeng. This time, the entire Nangong family was annihilated, and he was the only one who escaped. When Nangong Chu-chan heard this, a trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes. Duguemo looked at Ning Qi indifferently. This is General Zhao. He is in charge of the case of the Nangong family's annihilation. You came at the right time. Do you have any clues to report to him? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. What a coincidence! He had just arrived at the Dugu family's residence, and he had already met the person in charge of the Nangong family's annihilation. You don't have to be afraid. We are in Beijing now. No matter how daring the culprits are, they won't dare to attack you in Beijing. If you know any secrets or clues, you can tell me. I will personally head to the Weiyang County to investigate the case. Otherwise, you can come with me. With me around, no one can hurt you. General Zhao smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi laughed in his heart. This General Zhao's aura was much weaker than the leader of the Hung mountain bandits. In fact, he couldn't even compare to an ordinary Hung mountain bandits. Even if he was a soul devourer expert, he was at most a second or third grade. Either he really didn't know that there was a soul devourer expert in this world, or he was just bragging. From his expression, Ning Qi could tell that he belonged to the former. He was one of those mortals who didn't know that there was someone in this world who could devour souls to strengthen their physique. General Zhao, I only found out about this matter on my way to Beijing. I have no clue what happened to my family. I hope that General Zhao can find the culprit and avenge the Nangong family. Ning Qi cupped his hands and said. General Zhao and Duguemo looked at each other. At this moment, even he felt that there was something wrong with Ning Qi, and this was because Ning Qi couldn't be bothered to put on an act. Husband, Lingfeng's family has been through a drastic change, and he has traveled thousands of miles to Beijing. He must be very tired. If you have anything to say, let's talk later. Nangong Chu-chan looked at Duguemo with a pleading look in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Duguemo nodded his head after a few breaths of silence. He said calmly, Someone bring him to rest. Young Master Lingfeng, please. Someone immediately stepped forward. From the looks of it, it should be Dugu Mo's personal guard. Upon seeing this, Dugu Yin also wanted to follow. However, she was stopped by Dugu Mo's gaze. She could only watch as Ning Qi left with Dugu Mo's personal guard. Brother Zhao, I'll have to trouble you with the Nangong family this time. Although Nangong Xiaotian was demoted by the emperor, who was once an important official in the imperial court. Now that his entire family was almost wiped out, we must get to the bottom of this matter. Otherwise, how will we, the officials of the imperial court, live in the future? Duguemo cupped his hands and said to General Zhao, That's for sure. I will definitely investigate this matter properly. General Zhao smiled and cupped his hands. After that, Duguemo personally sent him out of the Dugu family. After General Zhao left, Duguemo looked at Nangong Chu-chan and said calmly, Let Nangong Lingfeng rest for a day. After the court session ends tomorrow, call him to see me. Yes, husband. Nangong Chu-chan nodded her head with reddened eyes. Upon seeing this, Duguemo said in a low voice, Although I don't get along with Nangong Xiaotian, I will take this matter to heart and seek justice for the Nangong family. Chapter 2753. This is the place. I'll arrange for a maid to come over later. You can call her if you need anything. Dugu Xiangjin, Dugu Mo's personal guard, brought Ning Qi to a small courtyard in the Dugu residence. He looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said, "Thank you." Ning Qi smiled. The expression in Dugu Xiangjin's eyes suddenly changed, and a trace of coldness flashed through them. "Your father broke off with the Lord, but your Nangong family has encountered a powerful enemy and was almost exterminated. And the Lord has also voiced his support for your Nangong family. That General Zhao is in charge of this case because of this. I don't care if you still have a grudge against our Duga family. Since you've come to our Duga family, you must abide by our rules. If I find out that you've done something to harm our Duga family in secret, I won't let you off." Ning Qi's smile didn't change, but his eyes gradually turned cold. He smiled at Duga Xiangjin and said, "Are you threatening me?" Duga Xiangjin was slightly taken aback by Ning Qi's reaction. He snorted and said, "That's right. I'm threatening you, just like how you threatened my Duga family." "I'm threatening your Duga family? You don't remember?" "That's right. You were only 3 or 5 years old at that time, and your hair was not even fully grown. When Nangong Xiaotian took you away from Yanjing, you publicly swore that you would return to Yanjing and teach the Dugu family a lesson." Dugu Xiangjin smiled and looked at Ning Qi mockingly. "You have indeed returned to the capital, but it's a pity that you're in a sorry state." With that, he snorted with a fake smile, turned around and left. Nangong Xiaotian was the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Now, Dugu Mo is the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. It's no wonder that the two families would fall out. Ning Qi smiled and muttered to himself, "It won't be peaceful from now on." The Dugu family's hostility towards Nangong Lingfeng was obvious. It could be seen from Dugu Mo and Dugu Xiangjin's attitude. The only ones who were warm to Nangong Lingfeng were probably Dugu Yin, and Nangong Chuchan. Although Ning Qi had killed the Hung Mountain bandits on the Peach Blossom Path, he was not tired at all. After sitting quietly in the room for a while, a servant girl stood outside, timidly, and looked at Ning Qi nervously and curiously. "Did Dugu Xiangjin send you?" Ning Qi glanced at the servant girl and said with a strange expression. This maidservant's face was sallow and emaciated. She looked as if she couldn't even eat her fill. Could it be that the Duga family was so big that even a servant would starve? Yes. The maid's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "What's your name?" Ning Qi laughed. "Reporting to young Master Nangong, servant girl Xiao Tao." The maid said. She seemed to see that Ning Qi's tone was gentle and didn't look as fierce as before, so she relaxed a little. "Goo, goo, goo." Suddenly, a sound came from Xiao Tao's stomach, and she immediately blushed. "I'm hungry. Go get some food." Ning Qi smiled. Xiao Tao quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice when she heard this. She turned around and left. Not long after, Xiao Tao brought food over. Ning Qi symbolically ate a little, then pushed the food away. "This doesn't taste good. You eat." "Ah." Xiao Tao was stunned. "Eat. I see that you should be hungry too, right?" Ning Qi laughed. "I don't dare. I'm not hungry." Xiao Tao quickly blushed and shook her head. However, when her eyes fell on the fragrant food, she seemed to be glued to it. Her throat also moved up and down. "I told you to eat, so eat." Ning Qi slowly stood up and said indifferently. After saying this, he walked out. "I'm going out for a walk. When I come back, you have to finish them." Xiao Tao waited until Ning Qi left before she reacted. She was a little shocked because Ning Qi's expression just now was very similar to Dugu Mo's. They were both dignified. Thinking of Ning Qi's words when he left and her stomach, Xiao Tao hesitated for a moment. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and walked towards the table. "Go." Ning Qi walked in the Duga family, feeling like a crane in a flock of chickens. Whether it was the servants or the disciples of the Duga family, they were slightly stunned when they saw Ning Qi. However, No one took the initiative to greet him. They all waited for Ning Chi to walk past, then looked at his back and discussed in private. Cousin Lingfeng, Dugu Yin, suddenly appeared and jogged to Ning Chi's side. She asked curiously, Cousin Lingfeng, why don't you go and rest? Aren't you tired from the journey? I've already rested before we reached Yanjing. Ning Chi smiled. Upon seeing this, Dugu Yin realized that Ning Chi didn't seem to be very tired, so she accompanied Ning Chi to walk around the Dugu's house. Every time they went to a place, she would introduce it to him, such as whose courtyard it was and which of Dugu Mo's brothers lived in. It's wrong for you to punch like this. You can't hesitate when you punch. You have to be fast, ruthless, and crafty. You have to pursue a fatal blow. Don't give the enemy a chance to counterattack. If you can hit a vital point, don't waste your energy elsewhere. Sir is the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War. In the future, you will also have to go to the battlefield to fight for the country. If you continue to be like today, you will definitely die on the battlefield in the future. Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. Cousin Lingfeng, that is our Dugu family's martial arts arena. When we were young, we liked to play there the most. Let's go. I'll bring you over to take a look. Dugu Yin. I directly pulled Ning Chi's arm and ran in the direction of the martial arts arena. Along the way, they met some servants who hurriedly stood at the side and bowed to Dugu Yin. Then, when they saw Dugu Yin grabbing Ning Chi's arm tightly, their eyes immediately revealed a look of contemplation. In the martial arts arena, hundreds of bare-chested Dugu family disciples were sweating profusely. They were following a teacher-like figure who was leading them and performing a set of simple and clear fist techniques. That instructor was 9 feet tall and also bare-chested. However, the muscles on his body were a size larger than ordinary people. He looked full of power, and every punch he threw was also full of vigor. Compared to General Zhao, this instructor's aura was a notch weaker. However, compared to the hundreds of Dugu family disciples, he was much stronger. If they were to fight barehanded, these hundreds of Dugu family disciples might not be able to defeat this instructor, even if they joined forces. The boss of Mount Hung once said that among the mortals who practiced martial arts, the strongest was only equivalent to a grade 3 spirit devourer expert. General Zhao might be a martial artist of this level. As for this instructor, he was a notch weaker than General Zhao. He should be equivalent to a grade 2 spirit devourer, or maybe only a grade 1 spirit devourer. After all, the difference between the two was negligible to Ning Chi, and he could not be bothered to care about it. That's Cousin Yin. Who is the person beside her? Why does he look so familiar? I also feel that he looks familiar, but I can't recognize him. Which family is he from in the capital? Quite a few of the Dugu family's disciples who were practicing noticed Ning Chi's actions, and their punches gradually slowed down. When the instructor noticed this, he stopped. Yin, what are you doing here? Chapter 2754. Instructor Tai Hu, you don't recognize Cousin Lingfeng? Dugu Yin smiled and said, When I was young, Cousin Lingfeng also practiced the roaring tiger fist with you. Lingfeng? Tai Hu frowned and looked at Ning Chi. Suddenly his eyes flashed. Nangong Lingfeng? Nangong Lingfeng. I was wondering why this guy looked so familiar. So it's him. I heard that the Nangong family was almost exterminated and only he survived. Now he is relying on our Dugu family? I remember when he left the capital. He swore to teach our Dugu family a lesson. The hundreds of Dugu family disciples gradually stopped and looked at Ning Chi and whispered to each other. Most of their eyes revealed a gloating look. That's right, he is Nangong Lingfeng. Tai Hu, you taught him for half a year, but you don't recognize him? A voice sounded from outside the martial arts arena. Everyone looked over and saw Dugu Xiangjin walking to Tai, who sighed with a faint smile and looking at Ning Chi. Brother Xiangjin. Tai, who cupped his hands at Dugu Xiangjin. The aura between the two was similar, but Taihu's aura was thicker than Dugu Xiangjin's. The rest of the Dugu family disciples saw Dugu Xiangjin and came forward to greet him. After all, Dugu Xiangjin was Dugu Mo's personal guard and had the blood of the Dugu family flowing in his body. Unlike Taihu, who was an external instructor, they were more respectful to Dugu Xiangjin. I had many disciples in the past. How could I remember a guy who has no comprehension of martial arts? Tai, who followed Dugu Xiangjin's words, and said, There was a burst of laughter in the arena. Dugu Yin realized that these people were hostile to Ning Qi. She immediately snorted and pulled Ning Qi away. Wait. Dugu Xiangjin waved his hand and stopped the two of them. He smiled at Ning Qi and said, I heard that the Nangong family's mountain-splitting palm is also very strong. Ling Feng has been staying in the Nangong family all these years, so he should have learned some of it. Back then, your father's mountain-splitting palm was someone who could compete with General Zhao. This I haven't seen you for many years, and it's rare. Why don't you take advantage of today to broaden our horizons? Brother-in-law, cousin Ling Feng is a scholar and doesn't know martial arts. Are you purposely making things difficult for him? Before Ning Qi could speak, Dugu Yin had already begun to speak for him. Sure. However, the mountain-splitting palm has been simplified. There's no point in practicing it. Let's find someone to spar with. Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. The martial arts practice field immediately fell silent. The group of Dugu family disciples looked at Ning Qi with dumbstruck expressions. It seemed as if they couldn't believe that those words had come out of his mouth. What kind of joke was this? Even though they had not seen each other for many years, they were still able to communicate with one another. How could they not know that Nangong Lingfeng did not possess any aptitude for the path of martial cultivation? Cousin Lingfeng. Dugu Yin was also shocked, but she noticed that Ning Qi was secretly giving her a meaningful look. Finding someone to spar with is easy. Which one of you is willing to spar with Nangong Lingfeng? It's a rare opportunity to witness the Nangong family's mountain-splitting palm. Dugu Xiangjin suddenly said with a smile as he glanced at the Dugu family disciples. I'll spar with Nangong Lingfeng. Me. I'll do it. Don't compete with me. After a moment of silence, the group of Dugu family disciples suddenly became incomparably enthusiastic. They all wanted to be the first to spar with Ning Qi. Ling Feng, why don't you pick one? Dugu Xiangjin looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Tai, who had been standing to the side, watching coldly. These are too weak. I'm afraid that if I display the Nangong family's mountain-splitting palm, I'll accidentally kill someone. That won't be good, right? Ning Qi shook his head. As soon as he said that, the Dugu family disciples immediately shut their mouths. Then a burst of angry shouts erupted. Arrogant. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant person. I think he doesn't dare to spar with us. That's why he said such an excuse. Shameless. Ning Qi's ability to attract hatred was too strong. It made the group of Dugu family disciples feel as if they were injected with chicken blood. They cursed and cursed loudly. At the same time, they couldn't wait to spar with Ning Qi. They could already imagine the scene of Ning Qi kneeling at their feet and begging for mercy. At this time, Taihu raised his hand and made a gesture. The martial arts field became silent again. Are you saying that my disciples are too weak? Taihu looked at Ning Qi coldly. More or less. Ning Qi smiled. Taihu was so angry that he laughed. Haha, my disciples have been practicing the roaring tiger fist with me since they were young. Back then, you also practiced this fist technique under my tutelage, but every time we tested you, you always ranked last. What qualifications do you have to judge the strength of my disciples? Every one of them can beat you to death. Instructor is right. I can kill him with one punch. I don't need a punch. I only need a finger to stab him to death. Brother Taihu, don't be angry. Dugu Xiangjin smiled and said to Ning Qi, you said that this group of Dugu family disciples is too weak. How about I have a spar with you? Your mountain-splitting palm can't kill me with one palm, can it? As soon as Dugu Xiangjin said this, the martial arts field suddenly became quiet. The group of Dugu family disciples looked at Ning Qi with schadenfreude. Dugu Xiangjin was Du Gumo's distant cousin. He had shown talent in martial arts since he was young. In Yanjing, he was considered a top-notch expert. Otherwise, Du Gumo wouldn't have thought highly of him and made him his personal guard. In the Dugu family, other than the head coach, Tai Hu, Dugu Xiangjin was the strongest. Even Dugu Mo couldn't compete with him in martial arts. Dugu Yin was about to object, but Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Your strength is about the same. I will hold back a little. I should not be able to kill you with one palm. This guy is really too arrogant. The Dugu family disciples couldn't help but think secretly. At this point, he still wanted to win with words. Dugu Xiangjin was not angry. He smiled and said, then let's have a try. Soon, the two arrived at the center of the martial arts field. Everyone looked at them expectantly. You first. Dugu Xiangjin put one hand behind his back and waved to Ning Qi with the other. Then I won't be polite. Ning Qi smiled. His body moved slightly and appeared in front of Dugu Xiangjin like a cannonball. This speed? Dugu Xiangjin's eyes flashed a trace of disbelief. Ning Qi's speed was beyond his expectations. The Dugu clan's disciples and Tai, who were shocked by this scene. Chapter 27, 55. Dugu Xiangjin could only feel a sharp pain in his arms. It was so painful that he kept gasping and sweating. He couldn't believe it. A junior. How could he beat me like this with just one palm? What the hell is going on? The disciples of the Dugu family in the martial arts practice field were dumbfounded. This is the mountain-splitting palm of the Nangong family. Please excuse me. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands at the crowd. Then he turned around and left. Dugu Yin looked at Ning Qi's back in shock. She only reacted when he was about to leave the martial arts practice field. She quickly chased after him. Tai, who quickly walked up to Dugu Xiangjin and bent down to check the injury on his arms. He gasped in his heart. Dugu Xiangjin's arms had been completely broken. Even the best doctor in Yanjing would need at least half a year to recover from this kind of injury. Moreover, after recovery, both of his arms would be severely injured. Moreover, after recovery, his arms would definitely not be as strong as before. Brother Xiangjin, don't move. I will inform the master immediately. I can't treat this kind of injury. We have to invite miracle Dr. Zhuge. Tai Hu said in a low voice. After that, he asked the disciples of the Dugu family to look after Dugu Xiangjin. Then he quickly left the martial arts practice field to look for Dugu Mo. However, there was still a trace of shock that was difficult to conceal on his face. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand how Nangon Lingfeng, who had practiced the roaring tiger fist under him for less than half a year, could increase his strength to such a frightening level. To be able to defeat Dugu Xiangjin with one palm, he was at least at the level of the top martial artists in the Yen Kingdom. Brother-in-law, is your injury serious? A disciple of the Dugu family mustered up his courage and asked in a low voice. Dugu Xiangjin maintained the posture of protecting his body with both hands and didn't dare to move. If he moved randomly, it would only make his injury worse. His heart was burning with an uncontrollable anger. He only felt humiliated. Get lost! Dugu Xiangjin gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. The disciples of the Dugu family quickly turned around and walked a few steps away as they heard this. They didn't dare to look at Dugu Xiangjin again. But they didn't leave this place without permission because of Tai Hu's instructions. After all, the injured person was an elder of the Dugu family. At the same time, they kept exchanging glances with each other. They were shocked by Ning Qi's martial arts. If Dugu Xiangjin was not present, they would have started discussing it. Cousin Lingfeng, how can your martial arts be so powerful? Even little uncle is no match for you. Dugu Yin, who was following behind Ning Qi, finally couldn't help but ask. She looked at Ning Chi with a strange look in her eyes. She felt that she could no longer recognize her cousin, who had doted on her when she was young, after not seeing him for so many years. In her impression, Nan Gong Ling Feng did not have any talent or aptitude for martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have been bullied by his playmates when he was young. Maybe I had an epiphany. Ning Chi smiled. Sudden enlightenment. Dugu Yin. I was slightly startled. She suddenly understood. After leaving the martial arts practice field, Ning Chi returned to the small courtyard. Dugu Yin followed him and kept asking about the epiphany. She wanted to know if she could become a martial artist at this age with her aptitude. Before they entered the courtyard, an angry shout came from inside, followed by Xiao Tao's scream. Dugu Yin and Ning Chi frowned and walked into the courtyard. A middle-aged man with a mustache who looked like a deacon was beating Xiao Tao's body with a bamboo stick. There was also a group of servants behind the middle-aged man, looking at him with lingering fear. I told you to scream. As a servant of the Dugu family, you don't know the rules. This is the master's food. Do you think you can eat it? Shut up. If I hear you scream again, I will beat you a few more times. The middle-aged man scolded and waved the bamboo stick. Xiao Tao could only tremble uncontrollably as she was whipped by the bamboo stick on her arm. Even though she was in extreme pain, she didn't dare to make a sound. She knew that Deacon Lin would definitely keep his word. Another bamboo stick was about to fall on Xiao Tao's body, but it was suddenly grabbed by a hand. Deacon Lin was stunned for a moment and looked at Ning Chi. When Xiao Tao saw Ning Chi, it was as if she had seen a life-saving straw. Her eyes were filled with a pleading look. What are you doing? Ning Chi looked at Deacon Lin and asked, So it's young Master Ling Feng. I am Lin Si, the Dugu family's deacon. Xiao Tao didn't follow the rules and ate the food given to you by the Dugu family. I am educating the Dugu family's servant. I hope young Master Ling Feng will not interfere. I will arrange another servant to come and listen to young Master Ling Feng's instructions. Lin Si said indifferently. At the same time, he exerted force in his arm, trying to pull the bamboo stick back. However, he found that his strength was far inferior to Ning Chi's. There's no need. Xiao Tao is fine. Ning Chi smiled. He pulled the bamboo stick out of Lin Si's hand and threw it outside the courtyard. When Lin Si saw this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Ning Chi's action was clearly humiliating him. Young Master Ling Feng, Xiao Tao is the servant of my second wife. This time she broke the rules. If I don't teach her a lesson, I won't be able to explain it to the second concubine. This is the internal affairs of the Dugu family. I think young Master Ling Feng should not interfere. Lin Si smiled and then sternly reprimanded Xiao Tao. What are you still standing here for? Leave with me. When he finished speaking, he looked at Ning Chi with disdain. His words were very clear. He was warning Ning Chi to not interfere in the Dugu family's affairs. He even used his backer to threaten Ning Chi. Since I have arranged for her to be with me, she is my servant. I will naturally interfere in her affairs. Moreover, I am also the reason why you said that she broke the rules. I was the one who made her eat the food. If you want to punish her, why don't you punish me as well? Ning Chi said with a smile. I heard that something big happened in the Dancing Sun County. I didn't expect young Master Ling Feng to be so free to meddle in other people's affairs. Lin Si said with a fake smile. Slap. A crisp sound was heard. Lin Si's body was sent flying. He spun a few times in the air and landed heavily on the ground. He felt a little dizzy. When the servant and servants saw this, they trembled in fear and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Even Xiao Tao forgot about the pain in her hand and stared blankly at Ning Chi. You deserve to die. The Nangong family has been destroyed. Do you still think that you are the son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of War? Lin Si fainted for a few seconds. He took a deep breath and sat on the ground angrily. He pointed at Ning Qi and cursed. There was an obvious red palm print on his face. Chapter 27:56. Eldest. Eldest miss. Lin Si turned around and looked at Duguyin with a pale face. He was filled with regret. Why didn't he see Duguyin here? Did second aunt ask you to come here to show off? Because cousin Ling Feng is my mother's nephew? Duguyin was not stupid. From the moment she saw Xiao Tao, she knew that this matter was not that simple. Xiao Tao was originally a servant of the second branch. If the Dugu residents wanted to arrange a servant for Ning Qi, they would definitely give priority to the first branch. After all, they were on the same side. However, it was Xiao Tao from the second branch. Later on, Lin Si even whipped Xiao Tao with a bamboo stick. All of this was deliberately done for others to see. Eldest miss, you've misunderstood. It's Xiao Tao who doesn't know her place and ate the food of her master. Lin Si quickly got up and said in a low voice, Xiao Tao will stay. You can go back to the second branch. If second aunt has any objections, tell her to look for my mother. Duguyin said lightly. This, Lin Si hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Duguyin was frowning, he quickly nodded and left with his men. Xiao Tao, you must have been tortured by this person in the second branch, right? Ning Qi looked at Lin Si's panicked back and said lightly, It's all because of Xiao Tao's fault that Deacon Lin punished her. Xiao Tao looked at Duguyin with some fear and said in a low voice. Duguyin walked to Ning Qi and sighed. This girl is a distant cousin of second aunt. However, her family may have had a grudge with second aunt. Later on, her family suffered a disaster and many people died. So she came to the Dugu residence to seek refuge with second aunt. I have seen Lin Si teach her a lesson several times. But because of second aunt, I can't say anything. Xiao Tao lowered her head even more. Then from now on, Xiao Tao will serve me here. You don't need to go back to the second branch. Ning Qi smiled. Since cousin brother has spoken, mother will definitely talk to second concubine personally. If it was before today, it might not be possible. But cousin brother, you are so skilled in martial arts that even youngest uncle is no match for you. If second concubine knows about it, she will definitely not dare to make any trouble. Duguyin said with a smile. Xiao Tao's expression fluctuated as she heard this. She was pleasantly surprised, but also worried. It's still early. Why don't we take a walk around Beijing? Ning Qi laughed. Okay. I've wanted to say it for a long time. Duguyin's eyes lit up. Du Gumo study. You said that Nangong Lingfeng defeated Xiangjin with a single palm strike. Du Gumo's expression changed as he stared at Tai Hu. Tai Hu nodded and cupped his hands, saying, This matter is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Brother Xiangjin's arms are broken. This injury cannot be delayed for too long. Darren, please make a decision. Take my letter with you and invite Dr. Zhuge to our house to treat Xiangjin personally. Duke Gumo pondered for a few moments before writing a letter and handing it to Tai Hu. Tai Hu received the letter and immediately turned to leave. Interesting. Nangong Lingfeng, who is neither skilled in literature nor in martial arts, has actually received Nangong Xiaoqian's true teachings and trained the mountain splitting palm to such a level. Even Xiangjin is no match for him. Could the Nangong clan's mishap be related to this child? This child's demeanor doesn't seem quite right. Du Gumo seemed to be talking to himself. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out from the darkness of the study. Before this, even Tai, who had not noticed his existence, it was an extremely ordinary-looking young man, but his eyes shone with a profound light and his breath was long and steady. He was much stronger than General Zhao and the others. You feel that this child is suspicious? Do you want me to test him? The young man said calmly. There's no need to test him. No matter how strong this child is, how can he be a match for you, soul devourers? How is it? Has there been any news from your master? The ninth prince is determined to obtain the Dark Soul record. It's getting late. I will obtain the Dark Soul record tonight. Dugumo glanced at the young man and said calmly, Boss will not fail. In the Yen Kingdom, who can be a match for Boss? The young man laughed coldly. I hope so, Dugumo said calmly. As the capital of the Yen Kingdom, Yenjing was incomparably prosperous. The streets were spread out in all directions. Even the narrowest road could allow 8 carriages to pass side by side. Xiao Tao seemed to rarely leave the Duga residence, although she followed closely behind Ning Qi and Duga Yin. Her eyes were constantly looking around at all kinds of novelties. Yinner, the voice came from a 9-story restaurant behind the 3 of them. There were few heads leaning against the window, waving at Duga Yin. Cousin Lingfeng, let's go up and have a seat? Duga Yin said with a smile. Your friends? Ning Qi smiled. Cousin Lingfeng, you actually know them too. We used to play together when we were young. Duga Yin said with a smile. Then let's go up and have a seat. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. There were many people who practiced martial arts in Yenjing, but there was not a single soul devourer expert. It seemed that the boss of Mount Hung was right. In this world, not only were there few spirit-level experts, but even soul devourers were pitifully few. It was a pity that the clues given by mysterious sword elder were too little. This place didn't tell him where to find him. In the restaurant, in an elegant private room, sat the group of men and women he met at the city gate. They greeted Ning Qi with a smile and talked about their childhood. However, Ning Qi naturally didn't know about those things. He just smiled and nodded. In the eyes of these young masters and ladies, it was obvious that Ning Qi she became a little silly. At this time, a young master surnamed Lin suddenly said, My father has already gone to the Peach Blossom Path to catch the Hung Mountain Bandits. If we can catch them this time, we'll have made a great contribution. The Hung Mountain Bandits are elusive. How could they be caught so easily? Now, I am curious as to which guys are heading to the Peach Blossom Path today. Another young master said with a smile. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from outside, as if a group of soldiers were galloping through the downtown area of Beijing. Everyone quickly looked over curiously. In the end, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Shi, isn't that your father? Incredible. Why are there so many corpses? Bandits of Mount Hung? Are the corpses of the Hung Mountain Bandits on the cart? But who are the corpses at the back? Lin Fengxian rode his horse and galloped toward the imperial city with a grave expression. Behind him were a group of soldiers and more than 10 carts full of corpses. The corpses at the back are probably the people who died in the Peach Blossom Path this time. Dugu Yin said with lingering fear, Fortunately, we didn't go for an outing in the Peach Blossom Path today. My father really killed the Hung Mountain Bandits. Ha ha ha. Everyone, I'm going to leave first. Let's meet again next time. She laughed loudly in happiness, quickly leaving. He walked so fast that he almost bumped into someone when he left. That person glanced at she indifferently, and walked into the private room. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Ning Qi. Who are you? Chapter 27:57. Nan Gongling Feng. The stranger who suddenly entered the room looked at Ning Qi and frowned slightly. What's the matter? Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. This was a grade 5 spirit devourer expert. Your Nangong clan took my stuff. It should be with you, right? Give it back. The stranger said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other. The Nangong clan took his stuff? But wasn't the Nangong clan almost exterminated now? Could it be the previous creditor? Duguyin frowned and said, Who are you? The matter between me and the Nangong clan has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. The stranger glanced at everyone coldly. For some reason, everyone felt a chill down their spine when he glanced at them. This was a sensitive moment for the Nangong clan. Not only Duguyin, But everyone else also felt that this person might have something to do with the Nangong clan almost being exterminated. Yun, you guys go out. I'll talk to him. Ning Chi smiled. Cousin? Dugu Yin was a little worried. But when she saw Ning Chi's calmness, she suddenly remembered that even Dugu Xiangjin was no match for him. In this case, he shouldn't encounter any danger in Beijing. Cousin, we'll be outside. If there's anything, just shout. Dugu Yin said, and then left the room with everyone else. After everyone left, the stranger slowly walked to Ning Chi. You're sensible. Give it to me. You killed the Nangong clan, right? Ning Chi said indifferently. The corner of the stranger's mouth rose slightly. Everyone says that Nangong Lingfeng is a fool. He's neither good at literature nor martial arts. But looking at you now, it's obvious that the rumors are wrong. Since you guessed that I killed your father and the others, you're still so calm. Based on this point alone, no one in the younger generation in Beijing can compare to you. A few people. I'm not Nangong Lingfeng. Ning Chi sighed and said, faintly, his voice was very soft. The other party was slightly startled. Then he smiled coldly and said, at this point there is no need to play dumb. Although your appearance does not match the portrait they gave me, I have already heard that you have joined the Duga residents. If you are not Nangong Lingfeng, then could I be? I'm really not. Ning Chi smiled. Give it to me, and I'll spare your life today. The other party seemed to be getting impatient. What did the Nangong family take from you that you would be so ruthless? I'm very curious. Why don't you tell me? Perhaps it really is on me. Ning Chi laughed. Do you really think that no one dares to touch you in Beijing? You're too naive. There are many things in this world that you don't even know. Fine. I'll cripple your limbs first before I bicker with you. The man shook his head with a smile and grabbed Ning Chi's shoulder like lightning. Ning Chi did not dodge or evade. His opponent's palm quickly landed on Ning Chi's shoulder, and then he grabbed it forcefully. A look of surprise appeared on the other party's face. It was as if he had grabbed onto a piece of iron. It was extremely hard, and he couldn't move it at all. At this moment, Ning Chi moved. He grabbed the man's arm and twisted it gently. Patter! The bone was broken. Without waiting for the other party to react, Ning Chi gave it a fierce tug. With a twist of his hands, the other arm of the other party was broken. Then Ning Chi raised his foot and tapped his knees twice. Both kneecaps were crushed. From beginning to end, the other party did not make a sound, because at some point his neck had already been. Ning Chi held him tightly, but the intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Ning Chi slowly loosened his grip on the man's neck and said with a faint smile, You can tell me now. What did the Nangong family take from you? You're not Nangong Lingfeng. You're also a soul devourer expert. The man looked at Ning Chi in horror. The arrogance on his face had disappeared and was replaced with shock and fear. However, he seemed to be afraid that Ning Chi would suddenly kill him, so he lowered his voice. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Ning Chi smiled. Senior, I was too rash and mistook the target. Please forgive me, the man quickly said. Answer my question. Ning Chi smiled. A hint of hesitation appeared on the man's face. Then he said in a low voice, I was seriously injured some time ago. When I passed by Weiyang County, I was saved by the Nangong family, but the ancient books of the sect disappeared. Oh, so you suspected that the Nangong family took it, so you killed more than 100 people of the Nangong family. Ning Chi smiled. It must be the Nangong family. Before I fainted, the ancient books of the sect were always with me. The man's tone was firm. Which sect are you a disciple of? Ning Chi smiled. I'm a disciple of the ghost spirit sect. Senior's cultivation is very high. If you let me go, I'm willing to introduce you to the elders of the sect. When the time comes, you can join the ghost spirit sect. The man said slowly. There's no hurry. Let me ask you, how many spirit level experts does the ghost spirit sect have? Ning Chi smiled. A hint of hesitation appeared on the man's face. This kind of thing was usually a secret of the sect. In his opinion, Ning Chi was just a rogue cultivator and was not qualified to know about it. But now his life was in Ning Chi's hands. If he did not answer, he was afraid that Ning Chi would take his life and devour his soul. Thinking of this, the man said in a low voice, "We have a total of 8 spirit-level ancestors in the ghost spirit sect." Above the spirit level, Ning Chi said lightly, since this man was a disciple of the sect, he naturally knew more than the robbers of Mount Hung. Ning Chi naturally would not let go of this opportunity to learn about this planet. Otherwise, he would have killed this man with a palm just now. The first ancestor is the sect master of the ghost spirit sect. The man said in a low voice, "Ancestor Terminator." Ning Chi smiled. There was indeed a realm above the spirit level, but he did not know how strong the realm of Terminator was. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Ning Chi lightly patted the other party's head and then walked out of the private room. Only Duguyin, and Xiao Tao were left outside. When the 2 girls saw Ning Chi walk out, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Cousin, who is that guy?" Duguyin hurriedly asked. "The enemy of the Nangong family. I've already killed him." Ning Chi smiled. "Let's go back to the mansion." Killed him? Chapter 2758. The next day, Yan Jing was greatly shaken. Because just yesterday, hundreds of prestigious young masters and young ladies died in the hands of the Hung Mountain bandits when they went for an outing on the Peach Blossom Road. Many rich and powerful families were arranging their funerals at the moment. This kind of scene was really rare in 100 years. There was a lot of discussion. What was even more shocking was that the Hung Mountain bandits were killed by Yan Jing's general, Lin Fengxian. This news made all the people heave a sigh of relief. They kept praising Lin Fengxian's bravery for getting rid of such a great bandit for the Yan kingdom in the Dugu residence. Regardless of whether it was the Dugu clan's disciples or servants, they were basically all discussing yesterday's events on the Peach Blossom Path. Occasionally, they would add 1 or 2 topics related to Ning Chi. After all, the strength that Ning Chi had displayed yesterday had already subdued most of the Dugu clan's disciples. As for the disciples of the Dugu family, they were also very afraid of Ning Chi after listening to the narration of the others. To be able to defeat Dugu Xiangjin with 1 palm, this kind of strength was already the top in the Yan kingdom. Naturally, some people didn't believe it. However, when they saw the scene of Dr. Zhuge treating Dugu Xiangjin, they had to believe the fact that Ning Chi was stronger than Dugu Xiangjin. After the morning court session, Dugu Emo locked himself in the study room alone. The servants who saw his complexion all felt that it was a little strange. They thought that Dugu Emo was sick, which was why his face was so pale. "Are you still here?" Dugu Emo suddenly asked. It was quiet in the study. No one answered him. "Sure enough, he left," Dugu Emo muttered to himself absent-mindedly. Suddenly, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Nangong Tsuchan thought that Ning Chi had rested for a day, so she asked Duguyin to come and bring Ning Chi to the backyard. She rambled on and on about Ning Chi's childhood. Ning Chi smiled and nodded, occasionally responding. As she spoke, Nangong Tsuchan began to shed tears. Duguyin stepped forward and said, "Mother, don't be sad anymore." "I'm not sad. At least Ling Feng is still alive." Nangong Tsuchan wiped her tears and looked at Ning Chi with a trace of relief in her eyes. "Ling Feng, I heard that you have practiced the mountain splitting palm of your family to the great completion realm?" "Yes." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. "Then why don't you demonstrate it for me? I haven't seen the mountain splitting palm in a long time." Nangong Tsuchan said, "Practice?" Ning Chi didn't know how to use the mountain splitting palm at all. If he practiced it, he would definitely be exposed. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to refuse, a maid hurriedly ran over. "Madam, second madam is here." "Second sister is here?" Nangong Tsuchan's expression changed slightly, and then the trace of sorrow on her face disappeared. Her expression became dignified and solemn, as if she had not just shed tears. At this moment, a woman who was a few years younger than Nangong Tsuchan walked in leisurely. Behind her was Lin Si, who had been taught a lesson by Ning Chi yesterday, as well as a boy and a girl who were 3 to 5 years younger than Dugu Yin. But their appearances were very similar. Dugu Mo had a wife and a concubine. This woman was Dugu Yin, Oi's second concubine, Su Qingping. Second sister is here, Nangong Tsuchan said faintly. Su Qingping glanced at Ning Chi before smiling at Nangong Tsuchan. Big sister, I am here today to apologize to young Master Lingfeng. Oh, why do you say that? Nangong Tsuchan frowned. Dog, aren't you going to apologize? Su Qingping glanced at Lin Si, who was behind her. Lin Si immediately went forward, knelt on the ground, and started slapping himself. Following Su Qingping's narration, Nangong Tsuchan finally knew what had happened, and a hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. After slapping himself about 30 to 50 times, Lin Si finally stopped and walked behind Su Qingping. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Young Master Lingfeng, this servant of mine was insensible yesterday and offended you. Please don't take it to heart. Su Qingping saw that Nangong Tsuchan didn't speak, and a trace of fierceness flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, she concealed it well, and no one could see it except for Ning Chi. It's fine. Ning Chi smiled. Today, I learned that young Master Lingfeng is extremely skilled in martial arts. These 2 children of mine also learned the Roaring Tiger Fist from instructor Tai, who for a period of time. Why don't they acknowledge young Master Lingfeng as their master? Su Qingping smiled. Mother, I won't acknowledge him as my master. The little boy behind Su Qingping said stubbornly. He looked at Ning Chi with a trace of disdain in his eyes. I am father's only son. In the future, I will inherit the Dugu residence. How can I take a relative as my master? Furthermore, now that the Nangong family has been destroyed, there is no benefit for me to acknowledge him as my master. No matter how strong a martial artist is, he will die if dozens of soldiers fire arrows at him at the same time. Child, why are you so insensible? Su Qingping lightly hit the little boy before smiling at Ning Chi and Nangong Tsuchan. I have let big sister and young Master Lingfeng see a joke. Nangong Tsuchan's expression turned extremely ugly. She was not here to apologize or acknowledge him as her master. She was here to show off. On one hand, she pointed out that Dugu Mo only had one son, and that he would be the successor of the Dugu residence in the future. On the other hand, she threatened Ning Chi that no matter how strong his martial arts were, dozens of soldiers would be enough to kill him. Indeed, he is too insensible. Nangong Tsuchan sneered. Su Qingping's expression changed slightly, and she laughed dryly. Then I will bring him back to teach him a lesson. I will take my leave first. After saying that, she turned around and left. Mother, second concubine, is too savage. Dugu Yin said unhappily. That is her personality. Nangong Tsuchan smiled and said to Ning Chi, Lingfeng, don't mind her. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. After he left the backyard, he ran into Tai Hu. Tai Hu looked at Ning Chi with a complicated expression. After a while, he sighed. Back then, I thought that you had no talent in martial arts, but now you have mastered the Nangong family's martial arts to such a level. I was wrong. What's the matter? Ning Chi said lightly. Sir, please make a trip to the study. Tai Hu nodded. Lead the way. Ning Chi smiled. If Dugu Mo didn't see him today, he would suspect that he was involved in the Nangong family's near annihilation. The Dugu residence was huge. After about 10 minutes, Ning Chi arrived at Dugu Mo's study. Tai, who was waiting outside and had no intention of entering. Have a seat. Chapter 27:59. Why? Ning Chi frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Du Gumo would ask him to leave with Nangong Tsushan and Duguyin, or what was going on? The Dugu residence is in trouble. Du Gumo said slowly after a moment of silence. The Dugu residence is in trouble. Ningqi looked at Du Gumo indifferently, waiting for him to continue. You don't need to know the details. Since you can defeat Dugu Xiangjin with one palm, it means that you have at least a slight chance of leaving with your aunt and Yin. I have already asked Tai Hu to prepare your travel expenses. After leaving Yanjing, don't stop. Leave the Yen kingdom and go as far as possible. Du Gumo said indifferently. To be able to defeat Dugu Xiangjin with one palm meant that he was at least a top martial artist in the secular world. It was impossible for Du Gumo not to know this, but he said that Ningqi only had a slight chance of escaping. This was somewhat thought-provoking. Ningqi smiled. The Dugu residence has provoked a soul-devourer expert. Du Gumo was slightly startled. He looked at Ningqi without moving his eyes. After a full 10 breaths of silence, he said, You know a soul-devourer expert? After a pause, Du Gumo's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. Ling Feng, are you also a soul-devourer expert? Ningqi smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he said indifferently, If you want me to leave with my aunt and Yin, you have to tell me the details. Since you know a soul-devourer, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Du Gumo sighed. Anyway, with the means of that person, the Duga family will no longer exist after tonight. Yesterday, Bandit Hung was killed. Have you heard about this? Du Gumo said slowly. It seemed that he was asking Ningqi, but he was actually narrating the process. Before Ningqi could speak, he continued, Bandit Hung is the 9th prince's man, and I am also the 9th prince's man. From the beginning to the end, everything that Bandit Hung did was done under the 9th prince's command. Yesterday, the Hung Mountain bandits went to the Peach Blossom Path to seize an extremely important item. However, the Hung Mountain bandits died, but he was not killed by Lin Fengxian. Even 10,000 such warriors could not kill the Hung Mountain bandits. Now, the 9th prince suspects that there is a mole among us, and I was the first to discover the appearance of that item. Based on my understanding of the 9th prince over the years, he will definitely send people to the Dugu residence today to take our lives. A hint of surprise flashed in Ningqi's eyes. This was beyond his expectation. He didn't expect Mount Hung to be a subordinate of the 9th prince of Yen Kingdom. In this way, the 9th prince was most likely a level 9 soul-devouring expert. Otherwise, how could he command the boss of Mount Hung, who is at level 8 soul-devouring realm? Furthermore, Du Gumo was actually one of the 9th prince's men and had connections with the Hung Mountain bandits. In that case, didn't the real Nangong Lingfeng die in the hands of his own people? Very surprised, right? Du Gumo smiled, and a hint of self-mockery flashed in his eyes. The Dugu family has already fallen 100 years ago. I was born of a lowly background, and it was only because the 9th prince took a fancy to me that I was able to reach my current position. Back then, your father was demoted by the emperor because he was investigating the background of the Hung Mountain bandits. I found a clue that I shouldn't have known. If I hadn't asked the emperor to demote your father to retire and return to his hometown, your Nangong family would have died at the hands of the 9th prince. Therefore, you shouldn't hate me. For this sake, bring your aunt and Yun away from the Dugu residence. Leave at least one bloodline for the Dugu residence. Du Gumo stared at Ningqi, waiting for his response. Why do I only need to bring my aunt and Yun away? Don't you still have a son and a daughter? Ningqi asked calmly. They are the 9th prince's bloodline. Du Gumo smiled mockingly. Ningqi looked at Du Gumo in shock. He didn't expect his neighbor, Old Wang, to exist here. More importantly, the person involved knew everything, and yet he was still so calm. Don't misunderstand. Su Qingping has been the 9th prince's woman since the beginning. Du Gumo smiled. I see. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Now that you know everything, can you tell me what grade of spirit devourer you are? Dugumo looked at Ning Chi curiously. He was curious. In just a short span of 10 years, the Nangong family actually had a spirit devourer expert? Forget it. Without waiting for Ning Chi's reply, Dugumo shook his head. Even if you are a grade 9 spirit devourer, you are still no match for the 9th prince. He is a unique talent in the world, and is already a spirit-level expert. All these years, he has been hiding in Yen capital to turn the Yen kingdom into a sect. Spirit level, Ning Chi's eyes lit up. This way, he didn't have to go to Mount Lawn to see how strong the so-called spirit-level expert was. Sir, Iron Tiger's voice came from outside. Come in. Du Gumo's face darkened. Tai, who immediately walked into the study and glanced at Ning Chi. Seeing Ning Chi nod his head slightly, he then said in a low voice, "Someone just reported that there were a few suspicious figures at the entrance of our Dugu residence. Could it be that they are already preparing to make a move?" Du Gumo's face darkened as he laughed at himself. What a quick move. They really didn't give me a chance to explain. Ning Chi also felt that this 9th prince was a little overbearing. Perhaps his personality was different from ordinary people. As long as there was a hint of suspicion, he would kill. Such a person would either become a saint or a demon. Ling Feng, you can't take her away. However, you're not a member of the solitary residence, so you still have a chance to leave. Leave on your own. Du Gumo looked at Ning Chi and said plainly. Ning Chi smiled and left without a word. Iron Tiger looked at Ning Chi's silhouette as his eyes flashed. Sir, why don't you try? If you can leave, you can at least leave some descendants for the solitary family. Iron Tiger, you have been with me since you were young. Even the 9th prince doesn't know what you know about these things. Therefore, you also have a chance to leave. Go. Du Gumo didn't answer Iron Tiger's words. Instead, he waved his hand weakly. Even if I die, I want to die in the solitary family. Sir, please don't say such things anymore. Iron Tiger was slightly startled as he laughed. Why bother? Chapter 2760. In the living room, Du Gumo's gaze fell on Ning Chi. He was surprised to see that Ning Chi had not left the Duga residence and had escaped alone. In the living room, most of the Duga family members were also quietly sizing up Ning Chi, as if they wanted to see how he could defeat Dugu Xiangjin with a single strike. Big brother, what's the matter? Why did you summon us here? Duga Zhan, Duga Mo's 3rd brother, asked. The previous generation of the Duga family had all died. There were 4 brothers in this generation. Dugu Mo was the eldest, but his 2nd brother had also died on the battlefield and did not leave behind any descendants. Only the 3rd and 4th branches were in the living room. Dugu Zhan was the head of the 3rd branch. Because of Dugu Mo, he also had a small official position in Beijing, but his rank was much lower than Dugu Mo's. After Dugu Zhan spoke, everyone turned to look at Dugu Mo curiously. What could have caused Dugu Mo to have such a grave expression? The Dugu residence is in trouble. Dugu Mo said, slowly after a moment of silence. The Dugu residence was in trouble? Everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of shock when they heard this. How could the Dugu residence be in trouble? Big brother, did someone impeach you? Dugu Zhan said hoarsely. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. If Dugu Mo lost favor and was demoted like Nangong Xiaotian, it would indeed be a great disaster for the Dugu family. Nangong Xiuchan looked at Dugu Mo worriedly, while Su Qingping had a strange expression. It has nothing to do with this. Dugu Mo shook his head and looked in a certain direction. Someone wants our Dugu family to die without a burial place. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Dugu Mo in disbelief. Even though the Dugu family wasn't considered a big family in the capital, they still had some status. Dugu Mo was also the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Who would want the Dugu family dead? Big brother, what's going on? Dugu Tian, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He was Dugu Mo's 4th brother. Although he did not have an official position, he was quite talented in martial arts. He could be considered the strongest martial artist in the Dugu family besides Dugu Shangjin. The person who wants us dead has a very high status and is very powerful. With our Dugu family strength, we won't be able to resist him. I just don't want you to die without knowing why. That's why I called you here. Dugumo sighed and said, Husband, what happened? Who wants our Dugu family to die? Nangong Tsu-chan said with a pale face, That's right, big brother. If you don't explain it clearly, we won't know why we died. Dugujan said solemnly, Fine. Dugumo was silent for a moment before sweeping his gaze across the crowd. The one who wants us dead is the 9th prince. 9th prince? How could it be him? Everyone was shocked. The emperor of the Yen kingdom had 9 sons. The emperor of the Yen kingdom had been on the throne for a long time. The eldest prince was already more than 50 years old, and the 9th prince was the youngest, only in his 30s. He usually kept a low profile, and even if there were fights in the palace, he would never participate. Why did the 9th prince suddenly want the Dugu family to die? Big brother, the 9th prince is an idle prince. He has no power or influence. If he wants our Dugu family to die, should we just sit and wait? You can enter the palace to meet the emperor. Even if you have offended him in any way, you are still a subject of the Yen kingdom. How can he kill you just like that? Dugujan said curiously, Husband, 3rd uncle is right. Nangong Tsu-chan nodded. Haha, the 9th prince's power is not what you see on the surface. Even the emperor can't compare to his power. Dugumo said, self-deprecatingly, How is that possible? The Dugu family was in disbelief. Even Duguyin was dumbfounded. The most powerful person in the Yen kingdom was naturally the emperor of the Yen kingdom. The entire country belonged to him. How could he not be compared to the 9th prince? Many people looked at Dugu-mo strangely, as if they were looking at a lunatic. Regardless of whether the 9th prince really wants to destroy our Dugu family, we can't simply mobilize our troops in the Yen kingdom. We have hundreds of guards, and the disciples of the Dugu family are all skilled in martial arts. Even if the 9th prince sends his private troops, the Dugu family can still stop them. Dugu-tian said in a deep voice, That's right, father. If anyone wants to kill us, we can just ask the guards to shoot them to death. Dugumo's only son said angrily. Ning Chi looked at his expression. He probably didn't know that his biological father was the 9th prince who wanted to destroy the Dugu family. Shut up! Su Qingping shouted coldly. Mother, did I say anything wrong? Why should I shut up? Su Qingping's expression became more and more unpleasant. She glanced at Dugumo and saw that he was looking at her. Su Qingping's expression changed. She stood up and said, I'm a little tired. I'm going back to my room to rest. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the guest hall. It was an ordinary-looking young man with a pair of eyes that shone brightly. Who is this? Could it be someone sent by the 9th prince? He wants to destroy the Dugu family by himself? Dream on. Everyone looked at the young man. Su Qingping heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him. However, Dugumo's expression changed. He said slowly, I didn't expect the 9th prince to send you here. The young man looked at Dugumo coldly. Because I want to avenge my boss. Your information caused the death of my boss and my other brothers. If I don't destroy the Dugu family with my own hands, how can I vent my anger? How dare you? Dugujan and Dugu-tian stood up and shouted angrily. At the same time, Tai Hu's shout came from outside. Do it! Outside the guest hall, the guards of the Dugu manor, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared one after another. Some of them held bows and arrows, while others held crossbows. In the blink of an eye, arrows whistled through the air as they shot towards the young man. Following that, the guards behind Dugujan and Dugu-tian did not remain idle. They stood up and looked at the young man cautiously. Ha! Dugujan let out a cold laugh. From his point of view, the young man was definitely going to die. He was instantly dissatisfied with Du Gamo's actions. Ding, ding, ding. The crossbow arrows landed on the young man's body and made a crisp sound. Following that, the arrowheads were all bent and fell to the ground. The young man stood there calmly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Blade, invulnerable. Regardless of whether it was Dugujan and the others in the living room or the guards of the Dugu residence outside, everyone was shocked by this scene. Tai, whose expression was ashen. He didn't expect the legendary soul devourer to be so powerful. Du Gamo, you know that these blades and spears can't do anything to me. Chapter 2761. Every step the young man took made everyone feel heavier. Suddenly, his footsteps paused slightly, and he cupped his hands towards Su Qingping with a smile. Madam, you can leave now. Okay. A trace of pride appeared on Su Qingping's face as she nodded and pulled her children away. A hint of doubt flashed across the crowd's eyes when they saw this. What's going on? Second madam knows this person? Second sister-in-law, where are you going? Dugu Zhan stepped forward and stopped Su Qingping. Don't call me second sister-in-law. I have nothing to do with you. Moreover, you are going to be a dead man soon. Su Qingping smiled. Her son and daughter were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand the situation in front of them at all. Big brother, what's going on? Dugu Tian frowned and looked at Dugu Mo. He could not understand the situation at all. She is indeed not your second sister-in-law. She is the 9th prince's woman. She is only in the care of the Dugu family. Dugu Mo smiled and looked at Su Qingping with a hint of mockery. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even Nangong Chu-chan looked at Dugu Mo in shock. There was an inexplicable joy in her eyes. Second aunt is not father's woman? Then my 2 younger brothers and sisters are... Dugu Yin was dumbfounded. Mother, is what father said true? What is going on? Dugu Mo's only son was shocked. Su Qingping gently patted his shoulder and smiled. What he said is true. Your father is the 9th prince and will definitely become the Yen emperor in the future. As for you, you are the prince of the Yen kingdom. What you will inherit is not just the Dugu residence, but the entire Yen kingdom. Remember, your name is not Dugu Xini. Your real name should be Yen Xini. Hearing this, Yen Xianyi's expression changed a few times. He was confused, shocked, and finally he was secretly delighted and ecstatic. So, I am of the royal bloodline, he murmured to himself. There was a hint of new pride in his tone. Everyone in the Dugu residence looked at each other and did not know what to say. Only today did they know that there were so many secrets behind the Dugu family. Then, can the Dugu mansion be lenient? Yen Xianyi suddenly spoke with some hesitation, his eyes glancing at the young man. The young man's expression turned cold. Su Qingping shook her head. She looked at the Dugu family with pity. Then, she looked at Yen Xianyi and said, Your father has never taken back his decision. Yen Xianyi heard this and did not speak any more. The guards outside suddenly rushed into the parlor. Under Tai Hu's lead, they fearlessly brandished their blades and slashed at the young man. Seeing this, the guards in the guest hall also came up to help. Countless sabers and swords landed on the young man's body, but he did not move at all. He just stood there, allowing everyone to attack him. Ding, ding, ding. When the swords collided with his skin, it was as if they were cutting steel instead of flesh and blood. Apart from Dugu Mo and Ning Qi, the rest of the people from the Dugu family had ugly expressions as they looked at the young man with fear in their eyes. Is he even human? This is clearly the work of a ghost. Is there really such a terrifying martial art in this world that can make one invulnerable to swords and spears? Wouldn't he be invincible in this world? No wonder the family head would rather sit here and wait for death. Such an opponent is impossible to deal with. Who in Yanjing can beat this person's martial arts? With him in the hands of the 9th prince, it would be easy for him to kill his way into the palace. The heavens really want the Dugu family to perish. So strong. A martial artist can actually reach such a level. I want to practice martial arts. I want to practice martial arts. He must be my father's subordinate. I want him to teach me how to be invulnerable to swords and spears. Yan Xianyi's eyes were burning with passion as he watched this scene. Have you fought enough? The young man stood on the spot with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he smiled and grabbed Tai Hu's fist. Then he used Tai Hu's fist as a weapon and swung it. The group of guards were immediately sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. They all spat out a mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. Seeing this, Dugu Mo's eyes darkened. All of you are just ants. Even if I stand here, you can't do anything to me. The young man laughed coldly. He seemed to have grasped Tai Hu's weak point. Tai Hu had no strength at all. Just like that, he was carried by the young man towards Dugu Mo. With every step he took, everyone took a step back. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Did the 9th Prince send a 6th grade spirit devourer like you to destroy the Dugu family? Everyone hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. After realizing that the person who spoke was Ning Qi, their eyes lit up. But soon after, they shook their heads in their hearts. Even if Ning Qi could defeat Dugu Xiangjin with one palm and was stronger than Tai Hu, this was an expert sent by the 9th Prince. Based on their preconceived notions, they did not think that Ning Qi would be a match for him. Only a few people heard another meaning from Ning Qi's words. A 6th grade spirit devourer. Could it be? Dugu Mo's eyes lit up. Even Tai Hu, who was almost out of breath, struggled to look towards Ning Qi with a hopeful look in his eyes. As for Dugu Zhan and Dugu Tian, they also noticed the words 6th grade spirit devourer. They reacted immediately. This seemed to be a martial artist level that they had never heard of before. After hearing Ning Qi's voice, Dugu Yin did not know why, but she suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. Su Qingping frowned and looked at Ning Qi. No one knew what she was thinking. Yan Xinyi, on the other hand, showed a hint of curiosity. He wanted to see whether Ning Qi or his father's subordinate was stronger. You are indeed a spirit devourer. The young man released his grip on Tai Hu's hand and looked coldly at Ning Qi. Tai Hu, on the other hand, was paralyzed on the ground like a pile of mud. You've seen me before? Ning Qi smiled. Before the 9th Prince planned to kill me, he was always by my side. Dugu Mo suddenly said. When the Dugu family heard this, a trace of disbelief appeared in their eyes. This invulnerable expert had been staying in the Dugu residence all this time? I didn't expect a spirit devourer expert to appear in a small place like the Wuyang County. Where did you get your cultivation method from? You are not from the Dugu family, and the 9th Prince did not plan to kill you. If you give me your cultivation method, I can let you live. The young man looked at Ning Qi and said calmly, You said cultivation method? Is it this Nether Soul record? Ning Qi smiled and took out the Nether Soul record from his spatial bag. Chapter 2762. At this moment, apart from Dugu Mo and the young man, the rest of the people in the guest hall did not know much about the Dark Soul record in Ning Qi's hands. Most of them felt a little strange. Ning Qi was a descendant of the Nangong family. Shouldn't he be practicing the Nangong family's martial arts? What was this Dark Soul record? Dugu Mo looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. The main reason he was purged by the 9th Prince was because the Hung Mountain bandits failed to obtain the Dark Soul record and died on the Peach Blossom Path. The 9th Prince became suspicious. That was why he sent people to destroy the Dugu residence. To destroy the Dugu residence. Could it be that Nangong Lingfeng killed them and stole the Dark Soul record? Dugu Mo was in disbelief. If that was the case, the crisis that the Dugu family was in was completely caused by Ning Qi. Where did you get this Dark Soul record? The young man's voice was a little hurried. It was unknown whether it was because of fear or excitement. His eyes were fixed on the Dark Soul record in Ningqi's hands, and his fingers were trembling slightly. Aren't you asking the obvious? Ningqi looked at the young man with a faint smile. Impossible! The young man suddenly shouted. The expressions of the Dugu residents changed slightly. They were even more confused about the current situation. Boss, an 8th grade spirit devourer expert. How could he die in the hands of a descendant of the Nangong family? If you don't tell me where you got this Dark Soul record from, I will let you die slowly. The young man's eyes flashed with a trace of anger as he strode toward Ningqi. The 9th prince had already checked the corpses of the Hung mountain bandits and concluded that they were killed by a spirit-level expert. He naturally did not believe that the Nangong family was a spirit-level expert. If not for the fact that a spirit-level expert was involved, the 9th prince would not have destroyed the Dugu family without giving Dugu Emo a chance to explain. Ling Feng. Nangong Tsuchan saw the young man walking toward Ningqi and immediately revealed a look of worry. Cousin, Dugu Yin, was also a little afraid. Not only her, but the rest of the Dugu family members also subconsciously took a few steps back. The young man's invulnerability was already deeply ingrained in their hearts. To them, this kind of method was no different from a ghost. In the blink of an eye, the young man had already walked up to Ningqi and directly reached out to grab Ningqi's neck. However, Ningqi gently waved his hand and pushed the young man's palm away. At this moment, the young man's face finally revealed a look of shock. He staggered a few steps to the side from the huge force of Ningqi's hand. Then Ningqi stood up and appeared in front of the young man like lightning. The distance between the two of them was less than 3 inches. Ningqi looked down at the young man, but the young man reacted. His eyes flashed with a trace of regret. Judging from the strength of Ningqi's hand, he was definitely not Ningqi's opponent. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The young man did not dare to move and could only stare at Ningqi. When everyone from the Dugu family saw this scene, their eyes suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. Even though they did not dare to believe that Ningqi's strength could also reach the realm of invulnerability, but just now that invulnerability fellow had indeed staggered a few steps with a light wave of Ningqi's hand. How many soul devourers does the 9th prince have? Ningqi chuckled. You are absolutely not Nangong Lingfeng, the young man suddenly said. His words seemed like a person who had fallen into the water and was casually grasping at a life-saving straw. However, when everyone from the Dugu residence heard this, their expressions became strange. Yes, this was somewhat unbelievable. They had not seen each other for only a dozen years. How could a fellow with no talent in martial arts become so strong? Don't answer the question. Die. The corner of Ningqi's mouth slightly rose. A trace of horror flashed in the young man's eyes as he hurriedly said, Wait! Pa! Ningqi's palm had already landed on the young man's head. In almost an instant, the young man's head was smashed into his chest. His chest was protruding outwards. His body swayed a few steps back and fell to the ground with a loud bang. He was dead, just like that. Dugu Zhan, Dugu Tian, Taihu, who had already caught his breath, as well as the Dugu family disciples and guards, all looked at this scene in disbelief. Su Qingping's face turned incomparably pale. She subconsciously pulled Yanxini and her daughter and retreated step by step outside. In the end, they were stopped by a sharp-eyed guard. Not long after, Dugu Tian suddenly walked to the side of the young man's corpse. At this moment, he was completely sure that the young man was indeed dead. Dead, Dugu Tian let out a long sigh. He looked at Ningqi with an incomparably fiery gaze. In the excitement, there was a trace of reverence. Dead. Everyone's gaze fell on the corpse. They were somewhat in disbelief. A fellow that could not be killed by crossbow arrows and could not be cut by swords was killed by a palm just like that? Immediately after, their gazes all turned to Ningqi. Their eyes were incomparably complicated. There was fear, surprise, curiosity, and confusion. How could he be so strong? Yan Xianyi muttered to himself. He had just found out that a martial artist could reach the realm of being impervious to swords and spears. In the blink of an eye, an existence that was already invincible in his heart was killed by a fellow that he looked down on. What exactly was going on? Ling Fengyu, Nangong Xuchan got up and walked to Ningqi's side. She lowered her head to look at the headless corpse and looked at Ningqi in shock. This was the first time she had seen Ningqi in action. Obviously, Ningqi's current technique was far from what she remembered of Nangong Lingfeng. Even though both parties had not seen each other for many years, they would occasionally exchange information. If today's scene was real, then all the information back then was fake. Thinking of this, Nangong Xuchan's gaze suddenly fell on the back of Ningqi's ear. A trace of undetectable shock flashed in her eyes. Sir, today's crisis has been resolved. If the ninth prince wants to send more people, he will have to wait until tomorrow. After all, he has a suspicious nature. Tai, who rubbed his neck and cupped his hands towards Dugu Emo. His words immediately woke up the Dugu family members present. Today's crisis has been resolved. Dugu Emo was slightly stunned. He then sighed in his heart and glanced at Ningqi. At this moment, Dugu Zhan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "We have one more night. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill our way out of Yanjing? Even if the ninth prince wants to kill us, it won't be that easy. Why should we leave? Ling Feng has already killed the ninth prince's men. If he can even kill this kind of invulnerable fellow, how can the ninth prince deal with our Dugu family?" Dugu Tian suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ningqi in unison. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. The boss of Mount Heng is an 8th grade spirit devourer expert. You are a 9th grade spirit devourer? Dugu Emo looked at Ningqi and suddenly said. Ningqi smiled without saying a word. Chapter 2763. If Ling Feng is a spiritual level expert, why would the Dugu residents be afraid of the ninth prince? The more Dugu Emo thought about it, the more excited he became. His face gradually turned red. He looked around and his gaze suddenly landed on Su Qingping. Take her down! Dugu Emo shouted coldly. Dugu Emo, do you want a rebel? Su Qingping already felt that something was wrong after the young man was killed by Ningqi. Now that Dugu Emo really wanted to take her down, her expression became incomparably angry. She was the ninth prince's woman. Her status was incomparably noble. As long as the ninth prince ascended the throne and became the Yan emperor, she would be his concubine. If she was taken down by Dugu Emo today, how would the ninth prince see her in the future? Thinking of the ninth prince's temperament, Su Qingping's body uncontrollably trembled. The ninth prince wants to destroy my Dugu family. Everyone has already shed all pretense of cordiality. What difference does it make if I rebel or not? Dugu Emo snorted coldly. Dugu Tian and Tai, who walked towards Su Qingping, although they did not make a move. With the two of them here, how could an ordinary woman like Su Qingping escape? Yan Xianyi's expression became somewhat fearful. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his eyes met with Dugu Mo's. Seeing that Dugu Mo's gaze no longer carried a trace of affection, but incomparable coldness, Yan Xianyi's heart instantly turned cold. He knew that it was useless to say anything today. It's useless to say anything today. I can only see if my real father, the ninth prince, can suppress the Dugu family. Lock them up, Dugu Mo said lightly. Yes, Tai, who nodded. Su Qingping's expression was unwilling as she was personally escorted out of the guest hall by Tai Hu and Dugu Tian. However, when she reached the door, she turned around and looked at Dugu Mo and Ningqi with hatred. You will soon regret your actions. After she was taken away, the rest of the Dugu family felt somewhat uneasy. No matter what, their Duga family had officially broken off relations with the ninth prince. Moreover, it was a hatred that would not rest until one of them was dead. How high was the chance of victory for a subject against a member of the royal family? If the ninth prince went to the Yan emperor and said a few words, the Yan emperor personally sent troops to suppress the Duga family. How could they escape? Lingfeng, what should the Duga residents do next? Duguemo looked at Ning Qi and said, when everyone saw this scene, they felt that it was a little surreal, but they also felt that it was reasonable. As for what the solitary mansion should do, they could only ask Ning Qi. After all, he had just killed a person who was like a ghost in their eyes. I'll just wait for the ninth prince. Ning Qi smiled. Upon hearing this, Du Gomo was elated. He was certain that Ning Qi was a spiritual level expert. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? All right, we'll do as Ling Feng says. Du Gomo laughed out loud. Big brother, should we wait here, or? Dugujan asked. As usual. Duguemo glanced at Ning Qi and waved his hand at the crowd. It's already late. Go back and rest. The ninth prince will not send anyone over to the Duga residence tonight. Hearing this, everyone left the hall with different expressions. Their hearts were heavy, and they weren't as confident as Du Gomo. This was because they didn't know how powerful a spiritual level expert was. I'm going to rest too. Ning Qi greeted Duguemo and his wife, smiled at Duguyin, and walked out of the guest hall, heading towards his own courtyard. Duguemo wanted to discuss the details of how to deal with the ninth prince with Ning Qi, but seeing that Ning Qi didn't seem to care about the ninth prince at all, he calmed down. Husband Yin, Nangong Tsuchan waited until Ning Qi left before her expression became a little bitter. What's wrong, madam? Duguemo asked hurriedly. Duguyin also looked at her mother curiously. He's not Ling Feng. Nangong Tsuchan's eyes were already red. Ning Qi wasn't Ling Feng, so there was only one possibility. The real Ling Feng was already dead. What? Mother, you said that cousin is not cousin? How is this possible? Duguyin was shocked. Although cousin looks a little different from when he was young, there is still a 50 to 60% resemblance between his eyebrows. If he isn't cousin, how could he have cousin's travel permit? I saw the soldiers checking his travel permit with my own eyes at the city gate that day. Duguyin, his voice stopped abruptly at this point. How could he have obtained someone else's travel permit? There were only two possibilities. The first was to steal it, and the second was to kill someone for it. However, Duguyin shook her head and got rid of the thoughts in her heart. She still didn't believe that Ning Qi was an impostor. Madam, you said that Ling Feng isn't Ling Feng? Do you have any proof? Dugumo's expression sank slightly. He knew Nangong Tsuchan's character very well. If she wasn't 100% sure, she would definitely not say such a thing. This would also solve his doubts about Ning Qi. How could the Nangong Lingfeng he was familiar with be a spirit-level expert? Ling Feng has a mole behind his ear. When he was young, he wanted to get rid of that mole himself. Not only did he not succeed, but he also hurt his ear and left a scar. Therefore, he should have a mole and a scar behind his ear. I saw clearly just now, but he doesn't have either. Nangong Tsuchan suppressed the sadness in her heart and said, how could this be? If he isn't cousin, who could he be? Duguyin muttered to herself absent-mindedly. Dugumo's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, if he isn't Ling Feng, he also doesn't have any ill intentions towards our Dugu family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped to kill the ninth prince's subordinate today. Besides that, he paused for a moment. Madam, there are some things in this world that you don't know. The person that the ninth prince sent just now is a 6th grade spirit devourer expert. This kind of expert is invulnerable, and ordinary people can't hurt him at all. However, Ling Feng's strength is much stronger than him. I suspect that Ling Feng is a spirit-level expert. It's like this. Even the power of an entire country can't match up to him. Perhaps he got rid of the mole and the scar behind his ear during his cultivation. This is all uncertain. Nangong Xiu-chan was startled, and a trace of hope appeared in her eyes. "Husband, is this true?" she then said anxiously. "Why don't I go and ask Ling Feng face to face?" "No." Duguemo shook his head. "When this matter with the ninth prince is over, I will find a chance to ask him. Before that, don't make any rash moves." Chapter 2764. The next day, the Dugu residence was the same as usual. Everyone did what they were supposed to do, but under their calm faces, there was some anxiety in their hearts. In a courtyard of the Yenjing Palace, a young man dressed in a bright yellow robe sat in a stone pavilion. A few beautiful maids were peeling fruits for him, slicing them and feeding them to him. This person was the ninth son of the Yen Emperor, the ninth prince who stood aloof from worldly affairs. An old eunuch knelt in front of the ninth prince. At his feet was a horsetail whisk. After bowing to the ninth prince, the old eunuch received the ninth prince's permission before standing up and bowing. "Ninth prince, I just sent someone to the Dugu residence to take a look. The Dugu residence is still the same as usual." "The same as usual?" The ninth prince muttered to himself thoughtfully. Then he said indifferently, "Chen Lieshing went to the Dugu residence and never came out. Tell me, with his strength as a sixth-tier spirit devourer, who in the Dugu residence can be his match?" The old eunuch said in a low voice, "Ninth prince, although Chen Lieshing's cultivation is not too high, with the Dugu residence's strength, there is no reason for them to keep him." "Is that so?" The ninth prince chuckled. "This time, I did not get the Dark Soul record. Instead, I lost a group of men. I already suspected that Dugu Emo had betrayed me. It seems that it is true." The old eunuch was slightly shocked. "You mean there are other spirit devourers in the Dugu residence? He sent someone to steal the Dark Soul record? Other than that, what other reason could there be? Do you think that Chen Lieshing would dare to betray me?" The ninth prince smiled. The old eunuch's heart sank. "Ninth prince, the person who stole the Dark Soul record is definitely not weak. Perhaps I will have to make a trip myself. Yes, I have the same intention. Bring 10 spirit guards with you." The ninth prince smiled. The old eunuch's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. "Thank you, ninth prince." As the name implied, spirit guards are guards that protected spirit rank experts, and since they were able to protect spirit rank experts, they were absolutely not weak. They were all death-sworn, personally trained by the ninth prince, and every single one of them was at least a 7th-grade spirit devourer. Even though they were slightly inferior to the old eunuch's 9th-grade spirit devourer, and even less comparable to a spirit rank expert, these spirit guards all had a special weapon in their hands: soul-extinguishing crossbow. Soul-devourer martial artists were invulnerable, but soul-exterminating crossbows could directly kill their souls. Not only were they extremely lethal to soul-devourer experts, even spirit-level experts would have to be wary if they were surrounded by a large group of fellows armed with soul-exterminating crossbows. With the 10 spirit guards following him, the old eunuch was immediately filled with confidence. Before this, he was extremely fearful of the expert who had killed the boss of Mount Hung, because even he could not so cleanly kill an expert at the 8th stage of the spirit devourer realm. At the main entrance of the solitary residence, 2 guards were eyeing their surroundings warily. Suddenly, they saw an old eunuch walking towards the solitary residence with 10 burly men dressed in special attire. Their expressions immediately changed, and one of them immediately turned and entered the solitary residence. "Go and inform Dugumo that I have come with the 9th prince's verbal order." Wang Yu held a horsetail whisk in his hand and led the 10 spirit guards to the main entrance of the solitary residence. He looked at the solitary residence guard, who had a fearful expression as he spoke calmly. The 9th prince's verbal order. Upon hearing this, A trace of fear flashed across the guard's eyes. Last night he had also encircled and killed that young man and was still injured. Naturally, he knew that the person who wanted to destroy the solitary residence was the ninth prince. Now that the other party had sent an old eunuch and 10 burly men of unknown strength, they were definitely here, unfriendly. Someone has already gone to report this. Please wait a moment, eunuch, the guard said in a low voice. Impudent, Wang Yu said sinisterly. Do you want me to wait at the entrance? When did Du Gumo become so bold? Or are you going to make the decision for Du Gumo? The guard was shocked and flustered. If it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be this afraid. At this moment, another guard ran out. The Lord has asked for you to enter. The main door was quickly opened. When you looked inside and sneered, with a face full of arrogance, he led the 10 spirit guards into the solitary residence. In the guest hall, everyone from the solitary clan was basically present. Just like last night, their eyes were filled with nervousness, and they could not help but look at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi's expression was incomparably calm, they would also heave a sigh of relief in their hearts. Only Nangong Tsushan and Duga Yin would occasionally glance at Ning Qi with a slightly strange expression. Ning Qi had already noticed this, but he did not reveal it. Ling Feng, Wang Yu is an older eunuch in the palace. He had once served the Yan Emperor and is already old. Could it be that the 9th prince has sent him here to seek peace with us? Du Gumo looked at Ning Qi and asked, with your understanding of the 9th prince's temperament, will he seek peace with others? Ning Qi smiled. He won't. Du Gumo shook his head and his eyes became serious. Since the 9th prince was not here to seek peace, then when you must have come with ill intentions. I originally thought that he would come personally. It seems that he still has many people under him. At least, they are stronger than the one from last night. After I cut off his wings, he will personally come to the solitary residence. Ning Qi smiled. Seeing that he said it so casually, everyone's hearts calmed down. Not long after, Wang Yu walked into the guest hall with the 10 spirit guards. His eyes immediately fell on Du Gumo. Seeing that Du Gumo was not injured at all, Wang Yu's eyes narrowed and he laughed at the top of his voice. Du Gumo, the 9th prince has a message for you. Speak, Du Gumo said lightly. The 9th prince said that as long as you hand over the Dark Soul record, he will let the solitary clan leave Yin Kingdom. Wang Yu smiled slightly. Dark Soul record? Du Gumo sighed in his heart. The 9th prince guessed that the Duga family had a stronger spirit devourer than Qin Lieshing when Qin Lieshing didn't report back last night. If that was the case, the Duga family's crime of betraying the 9th prince and stealing the Yin spirit record would be confirmed. I understand the 9th prince's temperament very well. He never leaves his enemies alive. Even if we hand over 10 Yin spirit records, he still won't let it go. However, I'm very curious. Is eunuch Wang really here just to pass on the 9th prince's orders? Half of your body is already in the ground. If we make a move later, you will inevitably be injured. Are you not afraid of death? Du Gumo smiled and said, Is that so? Wang Yu laughed lightly. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and stomped lightly. Everyone heard a loud sound. Immediately after, with Wang Yu as the center, the green bricks on the ground cracked and spread out like a spider web. This old eunuch is also a soul devourer expert? Chapter 2765. Wang Yu was a rank 9 spirit devourer expert, even stronger than the boss of Mount Hung, other than the 9th prince's direct subordinates, like the spirit guards and the 9th prince himself. No one knew that he was also a spirit devourer expert. That stomp just now had caused the 2,000 square meter guest hall to crack several feet deep. It was full of cracks. This old eunuch is also a fellow with supernatural means. Duga Zhan and Duga Tian were very shocked. They didn't expect that there would be so many of such people in Yanjing, and they were all the 9th prince's subordinates. As such, it was reasonable for Duguemo to say that the Emperor of Yen couldn't compare to the ninth prince. The old eunuch looked at Wang Yu with a faint smile, but his peripheral vision swept across the faces of everyone in the guest hall. Finally, he locked onto Ning Qi. Only Ning Qi had a casual smile on his face. He wasn't shocked by his stomp. This was very obvious. Nangong Lingfeng, the spirit devourer expert of the Dugu residence, is the orphan of the Nangong family. Nangong Lingfeng? The old eunuch was a little shocked. Shoot this person! Suddenly, the old eunuch stretched out his hand and pointed at Ning Qi, shouting. Immediately, the 10 spirit guards he had brought with him raised their hands. On each of their arms was a soul-exterminating crossbow. This change happened in an instant. Duguemo and the rest couldn't react in time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The crossbow bolt, glowing with a dark blue light, sped toward Ning Qi at lightning speed. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. In less than a breath's time, he had reached out and grabbed all the crossbow bolts. His speed was so fast that his hands left afterimages. To others, he was as magical as the 1,000-armed Guanyin. These crossbow bolts are strange. They seem to be able to directly damage my divine soul. Ning Qi looked at the crossbow in his hand in surprise. There was a mysterious force on it that was constantly surging into Ning Qi's body. It was like an ant that was devouring Ning Qi's divine soul. However, such a strong force was like an itch to Ning Qi. Even if he was hit by all 10 crossbow bolts, he wouldn't be able to truly hurt Ning Qi's soul, let alone now. A look of shock flashed across the old eunuch's eyes. A soul devourer expert was indeed invulnerable to swords and spears, but the speed of the crossbow bolts was so fast that even he could not withstand them all. He could only dodge, or he could just take it head-on, just like Chun Lieshing last night. He didn't mean to use his flesh. It was because he could not dodge the crossbow arrow and could only resist and dodge it. Furthermore, the soul devourer martial artists were prideful. Why would they choose to dodge when facing an ordinary person's attack? Shoot again! The old eunuch roared. A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the 10 spirit guards, and they immediately began to draw their bows again. If one looked closely, they would see that their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. So. Ning Qi flicked his hand, and 10 crossbow bolts cleanly pierced through the heads of the 10 spirit guards. They remained in a cocked posture as they crashed to the ground with a trace of fear in their eyes. In just one exchange, the 10 spirit guards that Wen Yu had brought were all dead. The key was that these 10 spirit guards were not only equipped with soul-exterminating crossbows, but they were also 7th-grade spirit devourer experts. They did not need to dodge the swords and spears of ordinary people. But now, Ning Qi had casually broken through their defense. They were killed in one blow. Spirit level, when you looked at Ning Qi with an additional trace of bitterness. Other than a spirit level expert, there was no other explanation. To be able to kill a soul devourer expert, like killing a chicken, it must be a rare spirit level expert. The crossbow bolts in their hands can injure a soul devourer martial artist. It's quite useful. Arrange for 10 people to practice properly. If you encounter an ordinary soul devourer martial artist, you will be able to handle it yourself. Ning Qi did not even look at Wang Yu as he smiled at Duguemo. Duguemo's eyes lit up. Dugu Zhan and Dugu Tian also understood an extremely important piece of information from Ning Qi's words. Their gazes towards the 10 corpses instantly became fiery. If Ning Qi did not lie to them, then the crossbows hidden in the arms of these 10 people were definitely great killing machines. Many thanks, Ling Feng. Duguemo stroked his beard and smiled. You are indeed very strong. You must be a spirit-level senior, right? My prince is also a spirit-level existence. Why don't you come with me to meet the 9th prince? The old eunuch tried his best to appear calmer as he smiled at Ning Qi. Why do you have to do this? After I kill you, your 9th prince will naturally come and collect your corpse. Ning Qi smiled. Thump! The old eunuch knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ningqi. Please spare my life, Senior. The Dugu family had a strange expression on their faces when they saw the Dugu family admit defeat in such a straightforward manner. Senior, please take into account that it has not been easy for me to cultivate, and that I did not make a huge mistake today. Please spare my lowly life. I will be eternally grateful and leave Yan Jing from now on, never to be your enemy again. When you said, repeatedly, in a split second, he had actually made a promise to betray the ninth prince and leave Yan Jing. One could imagine how afraid he was of a spirit-level existence and how much he treasured his life. I heard that the ninth prince is quite young. You couldn't have been groomed by him, right? Ningqi laughed lightly. I was already a 6th grade spirit devourer before the ninth prince was born. When you said hurriedly, then you will serve the Dugu family from now on. Here is a poisonous pill. You can take it and take the antidote every year. Ningqi smiled and took out a poisonous pill from his spatial bag, which was specially used to control his subordinates. He didn't remember who he got this pill from, but because it was only effective on cultivators below the human immortal realm, he had kept it in his spatial bag and hadn't used it. Now he needed to use it. It could be put to good use. Wang Yu was slightly startled. He looked at the fiery red pill in Ningqi's hand and began to struggle in his heart. If you're not willing, then die. Ningqi smiled. I'm willing. Wang Yu knelt on the ground and moved in front of Ningqi with only his knees. He took the pill respectfully and swallowed it. Immediately after, his expression changed drastically. He could only feel a flame running around his body. Finally, he realized that there was an additional red mark on his arm that looked like a scorpion. Dugu Mo and the rest looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The strength that Wang Yu had displayed previously was not to be underestimated. At least to them, he was much stronger than the young man from the previous night. Chapter 2766. Dugu Residence, Training Grounds. Wang Yu followed behind Ningqi respectfully with his head lowered and a horsetail whisk in his hand. As for Dugu Mo and the rest, they were fiddling with the soul-destroying crossbows that they had obtained from the 10 spirit guards. Dugu Mo, Dugu Zhan, Dugu Tian, and Tai, who each held a soul-destroying crossbow. They realized that the structure of the soul-destroying crossbow was much more intricate than normal crossbows. Because of this intricate structure, the crossbow bolts shot from the soul-destroying crossbow were much faster. Whoosh! Dugu Mo raised his arm and an arrow shot towards the target that was hundreds of feet away. In the blink of an eye, it hit the bullseye of the target. Dugu Zhan and Dugu Tian did not have Dugu Mo's accuracy. They only hit the target, but were far from the bullseye. Only Tai, whose accuracy was close to Dugu Mo's. Such speed is indeed different from normal crossbows. Dugu Mo could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Wang Yu glanced at Ningqi and said in a low voice, reporting to Lord Dugu, this soul-destroying crossbow was brought back by the 9th prince from a mysterious place. There are a total of 36 of them. Even the 9th prince himself only reached the spirit level after returning from that place. Dugu Mo's heart skipped a beat. What he was most curious about was why the 9th prince was a spirit-level expert. After hearing Wang Yu's words, he recalled that when the 9th prince was 7 years old, he had followed the Yan emperor to battle and suddenly disappeared for half a year. In the end, he had returned on his own. In this half a year, no one knew where the 9th prince went. Mysterious place. Do you know where it is? Ningqi smiled. Master, although this old servant is at the 9th grade of the Soul Devourer realm, the 9th prince only talked about that place and never told this old servant where it was. This old servant guessed that the 9th prince was afraid that this old servant would find that mysterious place and break through to the spiritual rank. Wang Yu said in a low voice. After a pause, he continued, the 9th prince also said that I will go there in the future because there are even stronger existences above the spirit level. Only in that place will I have the qualifications to break through. Have the qualifications? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. These are the ninth prince's words. Yes, I dare not hide anything. Wang Yu quickly said. This is a little thought-provoking. Qualification. What is this qualification? Could it be that I have to obtain the approval of some existence in order to break through to the Nirvana realm? The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. Thinking of this, he felt that he had to ask the ninth prince about it when he met him. As for the mysterious domain, he had a rough idea of what it was, because the disciple from the ghost spirit sect had mentioned that only spirit-level experts could enter it. Opportunity to achieve nirvana. Yunner, you should also choose a soul-extinguishing crossbow. Ning Qi looked at Duguyin and smiled. Hearing this, Duguyin, I was pleasantly surprised. Can I do it too? Of course. Ning Qi smiled. Upon seeing this, Dugumo personally took a soul-exterminating crossbow and walked in front of Duguyin, to help her put on. At the same time, he began to teach her how to shoot accurately. Seeing this, the rest of the solitary mansion's disciples revealed a trace of envy in their eyes. However, when they thought about the 5 soul-exterminating crossbows that didn't have an owner, their hearts burned with passion. With such a powerful weapon, they could kill that invulnerable existence last night. It was the same as ascending to the heavens in one step. After they went in, they never came out again. In a courtyard of the Yen Kingdom's palace, the ninth prince swallowed the fruit that the maid fed him and said with some melancholy. The maids around him looked at each other and lowered their heads. They didn't dare to interrupt at this moment because they knew that the ninth prince wasn't talking to them at all. He was just talking to himself. Even Wang Yu, that old man, can stay in the solitary mansion. I'd like to see for myself which spirit-level expert has come to stir up trouble in Yanjin. The corner of the ninth prince's mouth curled up slightly. Then he stood up. Following that, a cloud of black smoke suddenly rose into the air and finally condensed into a ferocious beast with a green face and fangs. It was a few meters tall and looked like a mutated wild wolf. However, this mutated beast was taller and more powerful than a tiger. When the maids saw this, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. In fact, they had seen it 3 times, and every time they saw it, they would receive news of a big family being exterminated in Yanjin. Even so, every time they saw this soul beast that emitted a cold aura, they couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. Be good and wait for me here. I'll be back soon. The ninth prince smiled at the maids and sat on the soul beast. Then, with a leap, he disappeared in front of the maids like a bolt of lightning. This aura, the smell of souls, is very heavy. It should be the ninth prince. In the martial arts arena, Ning Qi looked at Duguyin, practicing the soul-destroying crossbow under Dugumo's guidance. Suddenly, his nose twitched, and he subconsciously looked in a direction. He didn't really smell the aura, but it was a reaction between souls. He seemed to be able to see the movement of the other party. It was as if he could see the other party rushing towards the solitary mansion. How many soul beasts can the ninth prince control? Ning Qi smiled at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, who had been standing next to Ning Qi, suddenly heard the sentence, and his expression changed slightly. He looked around subconsciously and saw Ning Qi looking at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He hurriedly said, "Master, this old servant saw the ninth prince control a beast's soul. It looked like a wolf, but it was bigger than a tiger. Other than that, this old servant has never seen the ninth prince control other beast souls." After pausing for a while, Wen Yu asked carefully, "Is the ninth prince here?" Without waiting for Ning Qi's reply, a black shadow descended from the sky. The aura of the black shadow caused the Dugu family members present to almost suffocate. When they saw the black shadow clearly, their faces turned pale with fright. "A demon! What is that Is that the ninth prince? Why is he riding a demon? Many of the Dugu family's disciples cried out. Dugu Mo's expression was extremely solemn. He immediately pulled Dugu Yin, to hide behind Ning Chi. A handsome young man sat on top of the 3-meter-tall monster that exuded an eerie aura. He smiled and looked at Wang Yu. Eunuch Wang, you've disappointed me. Wang Yu's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Ninth Prince. Chapter 2767. Sure, how do you want to explain it? Ning Chi smiled. The ninth prince smiled. Naturally, I want to use the method of a spiritual level expert to summon your beast soul. Let me see how strong you are to dare to come to Yanjing and stir up trouble. Other than having a physical body that is stronger than a 9th grade spirit devourer, the strength of a spiritual level expert basically depends on the beast soul. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. Through his short observation, he had completely seen through the 9th prince's strength. In a one-on-one fight, he could crush a 9th grade spirit devourer. However, this was not the true strength of a spiritual level expert. A spiritual level expert was strong because they could control their soul. The soul of the wolf beast he was riding on was much stronger than him, and had the ability to walk on air. Why, don't you have a beast soul? Seeing that Ning Chi did not move, the 9th prince's lips curled up slightly, and a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. You guessed correctly. I don't have a beast soul. Ning Chi smiled. Duke Gumo's expression changed drastically. Although the rest of the Dugu residents didn't know the combat strength of the spirit grade experts, they could feel the terror of the beast under the 9th prince's mount. If Ning Chi didn't have it, didn't that mean that he was inferior to the 9th prince? How could this be? When you raised his head and looked at Ning Chi in shock, his body could not help but tremble. Could it be that he is not a spiritual level expert? Did I make a mistake? Thinking of this, Wen Yu's heart was filled with fear. If this was really the case, he had made a huge mistake. He had completely pushed himself into a pit of fire. It seems that you have just entered the spiritual level and have not found a suitable beast soul. This green-eyed wolf of mine has followed me for many years and has devoured many powerful souls. Even the one on Mount Lantern is not its match. How about this? I will give you another chance. Kneel down and submit to me. Hand over the Dark Soul record, and I will spare your life. The 9th prince stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, smiling sinisterly. If he could really subdue a spiritual level expert, it would be of great help to his goal of establishing a sect. As for how to make his subordinates submit, he naturally had his own methods. It was just that this method was somewhat precious, and he could not bear to use it on ordinary subordinates. However, if it was a spiritual level expert, there would be no questions. Out of question, this kind of spirit rank existence that had just entered the spirit rank and hadn't even condensed a beast soul was extremely rare. This was because an existence that had just entered the spirit rank would usually find a secret place to condense their beast soul. Hee, Ning Chi chuckled and tapped the ground with his feet. His figure disappeared like an arrow as he shot toward the direction of the 9th prince. Before the 9th prince and the members of the Dugu mansion could react, Ning Chi slapped the head of the 9th prince's beast soul. The beast soul was shattered by Ning Chi's slap. However, after disappearing for less than a breath's time, the beast soul condensed again and roared fiercely at Ning Chi. Ha ha ha. Looks like you really are a rogue cultivator without any inheritance. How can a human be able to destroy a beast soul? You don't have a beast soul, so no matter how strong you are no match for me. After the 9th prince recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Dugumo's expression gradually turned ugly. As for Wang Yu, his face was ashen, and his heart was filled with regret. Oh, I see. Ning Chi smiled. An ordinary long sword appeared in his hand. He couldn't use the 4 immortal-slaying swords in his sea of consciousness, but he had a lot of swords in his spatial bag. This sword was forged by him in Bluestone Town. Although it was just an ordinary sword, it was enough for Ning Chi. Just like that, he casually stabbed the sword at the beast's soul. The next moment, the beast's soul that was pierced by the sword stopped roaring. Starting from the head, it turned into specks of starlight and disappeared in front of everyone. After losing his beast soul, the ninth prince couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was extremely shocked. My beast soul! The ninth prince's face no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, it was replaced by confusion and shock. He could clearly feel that the beast soul that was connected to his heart had completely disappeared. Wen Yu was dumbfounded as he looked at this scene. Suddenly, he felt a glimmer of hope. Seeing this, Du Gumo heaved a long sigh of relief. The way he looked at Ning Chi had changed drastically. He originally thought that Ning Chi's strength should be on par with the ninth prince's, or even slightly weaker. However, Ning Chi didn't even summon his beast soul and was able to destroy the ninth prince's beast soul with a single strike. It was obvious that Ning Chi was much stronger than the ninth prince's beast soul. Who exactly are you? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the ninth prince hid the shock on his face and asked Ning Chi calmly, You are now my prisoner. I ask questions and you answer them. You don't have to ask me questions. Understand? Ning Chi looked at the ninth prince indifferently. He was a prisoner just like that. This was the ninth prince of the Yen country. Everyone from the Duga residence looked at this scene with a strange look in their eyes. However, they felt inexplicably carefree in their hearts. Prisoner, the ninth prince mumbled to himself before he smiled and said, All right, ask away. As long as I know, I will answer. That's great. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. I heard that you obtained the soul-exterminating crossbow from a mysterious place. Your cultivation also came from there. Where is that place? The smile in the ninth prince's eyes deepened. It is the most mysterious place in the world. Only those who have been there know how to enter. Even if I tell you where it is, you won't be able to enter. Ning Chi smiled. You mean that you can bring me there? The ninth prince nodded. Now that I am your prisoner, I am naturally willing to bring you there. Otherwise, you will stab me to death, right? That's true. Ning Chi pondered. You must be scheming against me, right? Do you still have some trump cards hidden in that mysterious place? Everyone's expression changed slightly. However, the ninth prince smiled. Perhaps. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. It was as if he was asking, Do you dare to go? There's no time like the present. Lead the way. Ning Chi smiled. The ninth prince's expression changed slightly. He gave Ning Chi a deep look before he turned around and walked out of the martial arts field. Stay in the Duga residence. If you want to live, don't do anything. Ning Chi looked at Weng Yu and said, Master, why don't I go with you? If you don't return for a year, won't I die from the poison? Weng Yu immediately said, If I don't return for a year, it means that I'm dead. Is there a problem with you dying with me? Ning Chi smiled. Hearing this, Weng Yu's expression immediately became ugly. But I have hidden some antidotes in Beijing. When the time comes, Dugu Mo will naturally teach you where to get them. Ning Chi changed the topic and smiled.